And welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are at day 2, the IceBound Invitational. 63 teams competed yesterday, and we are down to the top 8. For all of us here, I am Steelage Kyle, and to that side. No, I did it wrong!
No.
Dang it, that side. I think I'm flipped today, actually. That is Husky Star. Husky, how are you doing today?
Ready to get into it. We got a lot of fun stuff to look forward to with our top 8 bracket. So, I mean, yesterday was fun, and today's going to be even more fun.
It's going to be an incredible tournament. We're down to the last 8 teams, and yesterday we had a bracket full of demons. Leading us out were just some kind of expected teams. One of them we are going to see today. I guess 2 of them that we're going to see today are going to be Orange Juicers, along with Hoenn Plaga. We're going to call them Plaga. And then on the bottom side of the winner's bracket, For Fun versus Stamina Esports. And then in our lower side bracket, some kind of surprises, Husky.
Yeah, we had a couple really fun upsets yesterday. We've got Kiss Kiss versus Fusion in our round 1, and LPL versus Luminosity Gaming. So Luminosity, we saw them get kicked down to the losers bracket yesterday, but as expected, they have made it back up here, and it's going to be a long road ahead to get them back up into our winners bracket for the grand finals, but we have a fun day ahead.
Yeah, Orange Juicers, one of the top American teams in North America. American teams in North America. We're going to go with it.
Yes.
They won the AOS Cup play-ins over Luminosity just about a week ago, exactly a week ago. And LG really wanted that salty run back in the winner's side of the bracket, but they ended up falling down to APG early on, like right before that set was even possible. So that's kind of where LG is. You got to think that LG still has their sights on Orange Juicers today.
Yeah, I imagine that that's what they want to see, but Orange Juicers is going to be going hard in this first set that we will be seeing today on stream. They looked fantastic yesterday, so looking forward to seeing more from them today.
Another team that I'm really excited to see, For Fun. They played for fun, but they played to win all day yesterday, coming out of the winner's side, taking down some top teams really throughout the day. So this is kind of like a ragtag squad of a bunch of players from different teams. So you have Metallic, a player from Nemesis, Ducky, a player from Sanguine, Vin Diesel, I believe they played on a few different teams throughout last year and in some of the grassroots tournaments, most recently, I believe like Hotspot, and then you just have a couple other players that are also very highly respected in their current roles. But I'm really excited to see what that team could do. They kind of surprised us all.
Yeah, I imagine that For Fun was having quite a lot of fun winning pretty much every game that they played yesterday. So maybe that's what they meant when they named themselves For Fun. They wanted to win, and that seems pretty fun, so they went with that name. But they looked great. So did Stamina Esports, coming in from our winners bracket as well. Some noticeable names: Reggie, a really fantastic speedster player, and Hitman, as well as a lot of other players that have been doing really well. So that's going to be a fun match as well to see. But yeah, I mean, looking solid here in our top 8 bracket.
Top 8. So, winner side, obviously, they can afford, obviously they don't want to lose a set, but they can't afford losing one and dropping down to that lower side of the bracket. The teams on the lower side, though, they don't really have a ton of room for error. Obviously, if they lose a set, they are eliminated until we have a champion. So, a little bit about what we have left today. So Husky and I are going to be taking you through a few sets. There are some other casts here for this tournament. I believe Purple is running the French stream. We have a couple other ones as well. So if you're interested, obviously exclamation point bracket will get you to the bracket, and you can see where other games are being casted in some other locations. So I believe Kuto is streaming on their Twitch, and then, like I said, Purple also streaming some of the other sets on their Twitch. So lots of games to be had. I'm really excited to see how these play out. But later on, so Husky and I aren't going to be the only casters here for you today. Later on, you will be getting Hello along with Spartan Tano to take you home throughout the grand finals, the winners final. This has been an incredible tournament so far, Husky.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch these teams. I mean, it kind of is reminiscent of UCS without being a UCS tournament because we're seeing a lot of the same teams, those top UCS teams. And I mean, this does offer some opportunity for them to, I guess, practice a little bit, throw around some new strategies, but $1,500 prize pool is a big deal. So these teams also want, you kind of get a little bit more from doing this tournament than you would with winning UCS qualifiers in some capacity. So a lot of these teams are coming over here, and it's kind of like, I mean, in a way, just as competitive that we've seen in the UCS season so far, which is not only a lot of fun for us to see, but I feel like a lot of fun for the viewers as well, just being able to take in what these teams are bringing to the table, what strategies they're running with, and what we're likely to see throughout the rest of the UCS season.
We saw a lot of different things. One thing we didn't see, though, is Psyduck all day yesterday. I think all the games that you and I casted yesterday, Psyduck was just banned. Darkrai was banned. We did have a blanket ban on Darkrai, mostly because of some of the bugs that are present within that character's kit, specifically the Unite move, along with some visual bugs have been wild. We got a little bit of a taste of it when we were kind of going through our run through today, and I was like, I don't know if I can cast this. And the whole screen's black. There's no mini map. Everything's crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, there's that stuff, which I imagine Pokemon Unite itself will do its best to fix. I mean, we're trying to work around it best we can with some of these bugs, and Darkrai just not being allowed to be played is just one of the things that I have to compromise on, because it's just uncastable and also unwatchable from the spectator mode. But Psyduck being banned in every match is not a result of a bug. That is, in fact, a chosen thing that teams are deciding to do, because that thing, I don't know if people realize that it's supposed to be a supporter, but because I saw a tweet from Spraggles yesterday.
Yes, that was so good.
Like, some people are confused about what supporters can do. Some of them heal, some of them do ridiculous amounts of damage and get every KO in the match. Psyduck is staying true to the role of supporting its team by winning the game for them. So I think that a lot of teams are a little concerned about playing against that thing. So for now, it's basically permabanned, but it would be interesting. I feel like in sometimes these higher level matches, we end up seeing some of these really insane Pokemon come out more, just because these high level teams have a way to deal with it. But Psyduck is one of those things that I don't know if teams are going to be interested in playing against. Even today.
I'm not interested in playing against. I'm interested in playing the character itself. I think it's fun. But when you're playing against one, very much not fun. The surf move set's really great. You can really counter a lot of heavy dive because it does crazy amount of damage, and then the crowd control that it offers, pretty good. Bubble Beam is also very good when you have a lot of poke, A pressers on your own side, and then Disable. Holy cow, the amount of stuns that it has, the sure hit ability, and then we don't even need to talk about the passive in the Unite move. That's just insane right now. So very strong in many regards.
Yeah, I think so. I imagine we'll be seeing that thing consistently banned throughout the day, but here we go. Our first game of the day, Orange Juicers versus Plaga, and we're already seeing the Mimikyu kind of, there it is. The Mimikyu ban is already locked in.
Mimikyu banned. Immediately following it, Plaga is going to go ahead and ban the Psyduck that we talked about. And you know what? You can't blame them. Psyduck, again, very strong. I don't think there's a whole lot of counterplay to it. I think, additionally, maybe some heavy poke or snipers can do okay into it, but I think that's just okay into it. Rugrug going to go ahead and ban out the Zacian, and then a very interesting ban that we've seen a little bit more frequently is that Crustle. It did receive some nerfs in the most recent patch, mostly due to some of the high-level play that we were seeing. over in Asia.
Yeah, the Crustle ban is definitely a surprising one a little bit because we didn't really see it banned yesterday, but I mean, it's still a really solid Pokemon, but that does mean that we are going to be seeing this Umbreon locked in as the first pick for Orange Juicers. Again, not surprising, even though Umbreon got a little slap on the wrist nerf, this thing is still crazy, and Orange Juicers wants to take advantage of that.
You'll see how Orange Juicer is going to line up the rest of their squad. But yeah, the Leafeon, we saw a little bit of play yesterday. I know Bats played it quite a bit, and it looked really strong on that player. However, we do see Orange Juicers. They're going to go straight into the Miraidon along with Zugrug on the Snorlax.
Yeah, which means that the Umbreon is likely going to be used in that supporter slot with the Wish so that it can provide some healing, where Snorlax is going to be played as that traditional defender. At least for now, it's running that EXP share. Would be really funny to see it go the Flail build and be run as more of an all-rounder, but the traditional defender Snorlax combined with the supporter role Umbreon is definitely a really strong core for this team.
Ooh, and look at this. Plaga is locking in the stuff of my nightmares. Mewtwo Y, Blissey, fully expect them to be going helping hand at that. We'll see how Don Lux is able to carry this game with that Mewtwo Y, especially once it gets Mega Evolved. Orange Juicers, they're feeling like the counter to that is going to be this Venusaur Lucario to close them out.
Yeah, the Mewtwo Y Blissey actually surprises me to see, even though I have a little bit of a panic attack every time I do end up seeing it. It hasn't been played a lot competitively, but it could be really interesting to see. I mean, giving helping hand to things like Leafeon and Blaziken as well is definitely really strong, but I imagine that the Blissey's target is going to be that Mewtwo Y with the extra attack speed items, the X attack on it as well. That's built to be really strong against something like this Venusaur and Lucario.
Kira's going to lock in that last pick Trevenant, going to put on their construction vest. The Assault Vest, recently getting a buff in a recent patch. So we'll see if that actually plays really well. I think it might, especially with Flareon's on the Miraidon and then this Venusaur pick, which is looking like it might be that Petal Giga Drain build.
Yeah, that we saw a couple times yesterday, recently buffed, and I think the Petal Giga combo is really strong. It just kind of gives you the get in your face and you have to focus on the Venusaur instead of focusing on anything else for a couple seconds, so it just gives the Miraidon and Lucario a chance to kind of juke around everybody. I don't know what the Miraidon will end up going. I imagine we'll see Charge Beam for the backline, but Flareon's had the Shedinja Doll on, so we also could see that Electro Drift, which is still just as strong.
Shedinja Doll stays on during the first round. We'll see how this plays out for them. But yeah, I really like the Venusaur buffs. I was able to watch it a little bit. I had a couple on my team. Unfortunately, the one time that my Venusaur went Solar Beam yesterday was when we were going against Phalanx. It might not have been the play, at least in that situation. But here we go. Game number 1, winner semifinals, best of 3. Orange Juicer's going to take your purple side, taking Venusaur there, along with Plaga, going to be taking their Leafeon, their central area.
A lot of times we do see this Leafeon head to the central area for that first or early gank area. One of the central area clear for them. Meanwhile, we've got coming up into the top path. I didn't see what a couple stacks, the attack rate, but either way, they've got one stack.
One stack in cars that would deprive them from that last hit of the additional one. Leafeon comes up for an early gank. You see that they're not going to get value, so they might just kind of dance around, maybe see if they may be able to get something. But I believe Chansey was able to clear that contested farm.
And we've got a engagement here in the bottom path as well. Trevenant just getting out on barely 1 HP right there, while we have this level 5 Kratos up here in the top path. Looks like we have a split central area gank for these 850s. We've got 3 in the bottom path for Plaga, where 3 are in the top path for Orange Juicers.
Oh, nice little push there with the Meteor Mash from Lucario, who's going to enable them to grab a lot of them. However, Don Lux is pressing their A button directly on Snorlax. Their gauge is full, but they're not quite level 5 yet. Once they hit level 5, and there it is, they will Mega Evolve, and that's going to enable a little bit of a farther push. But Snorlax fully peels off the Mewtwo and goes for that the Snorlax defense.
And mean, look at them. OJ running right into the enemy central area, looking to get some invasions going. We've got the Chansey. We've got Kratos looking for more, looking for KO right here. They will get it, as well as that red buff. But down Lux on Mewtwo. Y doesn't want to let them get out, but they will. Wow, with the double KO finally going down there, though, to that Leafeon.
They do end up paying for it, but I think you get a ton of value there, and you still come out a bit ahead. Leafeon still lower level than that Venusaur that ticked into that level 7, so I think it's well worth it. See if Snorlax, if Zugrug is able to clear some of this, but they may have got their hands caught in the cookie jars. Now Leafeon has hit level 7, and they're able to get a nice 30 dunk in.
Almost level 8 as well. They did just tick into it here, so they now have access to the Emerald 2-step, and they can just spam that on this team. Could give them a really good head start here as we start to enter into this mid-game after these first objectives spawn. But look at this push here from the Mewtwo Y in the bottom path. Blissey, though, goes down to his target.
Enhanced Charge Beam. Great job by Flareons to make sure to hit those first 2 hits of Charge Beam and be able to clear out that third and final hit with them. We have Venusaur going to try to contest some of this farm, almost level 9, and as I say that, they tick into it, and they now also have access to their Unite.
So one Unite move on either side. No one else really getting super close. Miraidon's kind of near their level 9 as well, but it looks like Orange Juicers wants to just go right for the rip here on Regice.
Yeah, they're going to try to go in, looking for an engage. Here is this Leafeon. Venusaur pops their Unite move. Petal Dance is going forward. Emerald 2-step, they're able to take it out. Great play there, great secures from Plaga. They take the Regice.
Emerald 2-step does end up securing it, but in the top path, we have a power-up punch close combat Lucario, somehow out-securing that overheat from the base pit, so that will go over to Orange Juicer, so it ends up being a little bit of a objective trade.
A little bit of a trade. Mewtwo Y, fully Mega Evolved, looking to hunt down this Miraidon, but a nice little body block there from Roland on the Umbreon. However, I do think this 40-point dunk is going to be going in for Plaga. They're going to try to just clear some of the farm. Here comes Zugrug. Here goes a block. Going to try to push this Leafeon into danger. They also get mean looked. Here comes the Unite move. Great future Meteor Storm, but we got the Blissful Assistance right on it. They flip the into reverse card. They're pushing forward. Leafeon goes down, but a great defensive stand from Orange Juicers. That keeps them off of that T2.
Wow, the Bliss Assistance allowed for the KO onto the Miraidon, even though the Leafeon ends up going down there. I feel like those resources were well spent, just making sure you can at least get the consolation prize, even though the Venusaur comes in ultimately with the KO. Really good playing by Plaga just to provide some of that extra pressure on them there. Wow, a little bit of damage here in the center.
Oh, Mewtwo Y, Mega Evolved. We have a double KO thanks to that Infinite Cyburn Unite move. It does have a pretty long timer, so it'll be interesting to see when they get this move.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty good way to put that there as well. We have Emerald 2-step once again on the Venusaur. They will go down. Big KO there, Swap.
All 5 members of Plaga pushing forward on this T1. Overheat into the eject button, looking to hunt down this Miraidon, but Lucario throws a power-up punch right to the face, and Blaziken goes down. More charge beams coming out. Storm's going to take a little bit of a nap here right in the center area. Get a KO for this Miraidon right onto the Leafeon. That's a big pick for OJ.
Yeah, and I mean, pay attention to rolling with those mean looks. That has been such a great tool for Orange Juicers to be able to take these, because if you look at the Petal Dance and what Petal Dance can do with a circle with the mean look combined with the other circle, that's been huge for them, and somehow an overheat misses the secure once again, and it is the Verdant Anger taker.
Yeah, big secure there for Orange Juicers. They get the defense buffs and the special defense buffs. 40-point dunk going in. Not a huge overcap. I think they squeaked in a couple more before that. We'll see if they're going to continue to push. We do have the Venusaur moving forward. Gets the Mewtwo. That's a nice little pick there for OJ as they're going to start retreating, because there's still a Regieleki in the top 10.
Great future Meteor Storm from the Miraidon had to be used there, but taking the Mewtwo Y down's always a great option if Orange Juicers can, just to make sure that that stays as low level as possible for as long as possible. That being said, Leafeon already has both of its upgraded moves at level 12, so that's another one for Orange Juicers they're going to have to watch out for as Plaga pivots onto this Regieleki.
I Ghatlue getting chipped down. U2Y gonna hold their B button. Lucario throws a pumpkin in the back line, mostly just to escape, and they're able to. Orange Juicers gonna be forced to deal with this Ghatlue. Minute and a half until Rayquaza, and Orange Juicers, they still have a little bit of a score lead.
All right, so this Blaziken hasn't secured anything with Overheat this entire time, so I don't know how great it's going to look for Plaga to potentially go for a rip on this Rayquaza when it does spawn, because even uncontested on the Alecki, Mewtwo-Y out-secured the Blaziken, so maybe they just need to get a little bit of practice in with that Overheat.
See, Zugrug pushing forward, looking to defend this T2 pad. Here comes Kratos. Venusaur able to take out that tree. It does fall in the forest, as Orange Juicer's looking to still push forward and keep them away. Look at this 1v1. All-rounder versus all-rounder. Fighting type versus fighting type, and the Blaziken comes out ahead over Lucario.
I do like the power-up punch against the Overheat Blaziken. It just kind of gives the opportunity for Orange Juicers to distract the Blaziken from doing too much here. We do have now Regirock spawning on the bottom path with 30 seconds left.
Regirock getting chipped by both teams. 4 members here, but the Snorlax is the first member to fall in this fight. U2Y is Mega Evolve. We're looking for a secure here. We're going to see him again. I think it might have been an Infinite Cyber, and that was all the Unite moves are coming out. Blissful Assist is just like that. 3 members are down for Orange Juicers. They're going to have to pivot. Here comes Marina with the Bright Future Meteor Storm. U2Y still pushing forward. Somehow Flareon is able to get away.
Looking for the rip here. Rayquaza's already getting chipped, but now that Zugrug is back, he can try to block. What a huge block, forcing a lot of members of Plaga out, but it is going to be the Leafeon. The Emerald 2-step comes down on top of the Rayquaza to secure it. Orange Juicers is going to have to defend here.
They're gonna have to defend. They're gonna have to break some shields. Leafeon is looking for the engage. They might have been caught and found out in the central area. They're gonna find a way to go in. Blissey's gonna get a nice 40-point dunk, followed by the Mewtwo's 78. That gives Plaga the lead. Blaziken's shield is broken. There's gonna be plenty of time here for a comeback.
But the Leafeon shield is still active. The Trevenant also has one, so Orange Juicers is going to have to keep that in mind. But it looks like they're chasing down this Leafeon here. Another KO for Venusaur. And now Orange Juicers is going to have the opportunity to push onto this top path.
I think that's what exactly Plaga is looking to do. They're going to try to defend with their lives. All members of OJ looking to push this T1 or T2 top. Some of the shields are now broken. Trevenant is gone. All the damage is flying in. Here comes Blaziken with some reinforcement. Here comes Mewtwo-Y with some reinforcement. These eggs are flying and they're trying to top them up. Here comes the Verdant Anger. We have Blaziken that goes down. Here comes Leafeon. More members are flying. Infinite Cyber, and it connects. 2 members down for OJ.
Wow, 3 members down now, and Snorlax also getting low. There goes Flareon. He's doing the Snorlax. They have the power nap. They are using it currently, but I don't know if there's going to be enough time. If Snorlax can just continue getting in some baby points, but it doesn't matter. Here goes the Leafeon. They're going to slide in another 80 points, and this first match is going to go over Plaga.
Plaga with a huge, big brain play at the Rayquaza. They knew that bottom fight was going to be the Ray fight, and they utilized all their resources. Orange Juicers, I don't think that they responded quick enough. I don't think they were ready to commit, and Plaga was.
No, I think you're right. I think that Orange Juicers took a second too long to decide to throw Unite moves at that bottom fight. As soon as they realized how long the Venusaur timer would be, they were like, oh wait, I need to use some moves right now. I need to actually throw that Verdant Anger, but it was too late because the Leafeon came down and was able to take the Venusaur out, and that was really the linchpin for that team. And I think that, yeah, you're right. They took too long to respond. They didn't want that basement fight to be the final fight, but it turned into it, and it was great heads up playing by Plaga.
111k damage from this Mewtwo-Y. And I also want to know, I don't know if we called it out, that was a double egg Blissey. That was Egg Bomb and Soft Boil. So there was no cheesing of the Mewtwo-Y. That was pure Mewtwo-Y damage. I did like this Venusaur though. I thought it provided a ton of value.
Yeah, I love the Venusaur pick, but at the end of the day, it was really just that last fight. Otherwise, I think Orange Juicers has it. We see it again with the Venusaur just living with no health over and over again, able to just build back their HP bar with those big Giga Drains. And I mean, even with the Mewtwo Y being caught here again in a mean look, Blissey was just able to keep them alive, and they were able to fire damage from that backline, just holding down that A button, expressing as much skill as possible.
I just don't think that they were able to get on top of that Mewtwo like they wanted. Venusaur did do a good job, but it's just like maybe Orange Juicers needed a speedster. I thought Flareon's did an amazing job. I mean, you saw how much damage he was doing in that back line. It didn't really seem like the Leafeon was even able to get to Flareon's either.
Yeah, I mean, we saw here in this replay where the Venusaur finally decided to throw the Verdant Egger, but Emerald two-step from the Leafeon just immediately came down on top of them, and it ended up being way too late for them to make anything happen, and still they have 5 seconds on their timer, and Ray could just get ripped down. Even Zugrug's defense here, trying their best to push everybody out. I mean, it was just not enough. Leafeon with that big secure in the end, taking it home for Plaga.
I thought that Zugrug did a great job trying to defend that and stall it out as long as they can. I think Flareon's was just a little bit too late on their timer. Otherwise, I think they might have been able to get that last hit with the first bit of Charge Beam. I think it's just like those KO timers were just so long, and they kind of got drawn out at that bottom fight. And like we said, I think it's just like Orange Juicers needed to commit there, and I think that's one of the things that happens on those basement, like those last Reggie objectives is, yeah, you need to be ready to pull the trigger. You need to be ready to utilize all your Unite moves, especially if you start seeing the enemy do it. Just throw them all. That's the Ray fight at that point.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where we're trained that you have to have your Unite move at Ray. So if you Unite move at 2:30, 2:15, you're throwing the game. And so many of us have it trained into our heads that that's what we need to do, that it takes a second too long for us when it's those rare moments where you have to take that fight a little bit early, because as soon as Ray hits the map, you have members down. It's not going to matter how many Unite moves you've saved if all of you are down. So Plaga did a great job of being able to turn on that and commit. There was a little bit of a chance for OJ to get a lucky secure there, but I think at the end of the day, Plaga knew what to do. They took that fight, they used their Unite moves, took down the Venusaur, the Miraidon, and they're like, oh, well, it's just Zugrug, you know, we can stall enough. We can make sure we rip through that Ray, and they made a great decision.
Yeah, and they had the rip, right? I mean, Plaga had that Mewtwo Y, they had the Blaziken. There's plenty of rip that can just shred through that Rayquaza, and then they had the secure on with that Leafeon. So really the only thing of rip ability that you had on Orange Juicers there was the Venusaur. So you really needed to, I think, like in that moment, probably need to take that fight, need to keep Venusaur alive. So if you get 2 or 3 members down, you know, you have the ability to just go ahead and rip. And Lucario obviously needs to be like that secure tool. Flareon's might be able to a Charge Beam, but it's kind of a tough move to secure with.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, Orange Juicers team comp was very good, but what you said earlier was maybe they needed a speedster or a little bit more dive. The Lucario definitely was an option with the power-up punch, but I don't think the Lucario got back in on that Mewtwo Y even a single time. So maybe they do need a speedster to try to go up against not only that Leafeon, but to get into Plaga's backline a little bit better. I mean, the Venusaur, like, it can act as a pseudo dive. Lucario can act as a pseudo dive, but I think maybe that's what they were missing a little bit more, especially in those moments where you're just looking for some heavy burst damage. You need to push them out of the pit or something like that.
Yeah, Zugrug was able to push them out of the pit, but just when there's all 5 of them, Leafeon just has so many dashes. Just dashed right through that block, and there was a heartbreaker. That was, I was like, oh, Zugrug's got this. And then it was just like, oh, wait, Leafeon has like 5,000 dashes in its kit.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Orange Juicers did a great job pushing there in that last moment. They did a lot of damage, but we saw, I think I was watching it, a Infinite Psyburn to stun the Venusaur, the Trevenant Hoenn leeched to continue to have them stunned, and then the Leafeon at that point can just come in with an Emerald two-step, and if you can't use your moves, then you can't be tanky the way that Petal Dance Giga Drain Venusaur wants to be. So, I mean, the best that they could do, I don't know if the strategy might change for OJ heading into this game number 2, but we will see.
We'll see. I mean, something's gonna have to change. I don't even know if it was like the draft mostly seemed fine. I think the only, like you said, the only thing they really had a tough time dealing with at times was that Mewtwo Y. I mean, saw like what was it, 100k plus damage. I think they only took like 30. So it's just like when a Pokemon's just able to free farm like that in the back line, you're going to have a bad time. Flareon's was doing a great job to chip it down. You just didn't have that final bit of burst that can just kind of close out those KOs. But either way, we'll see how this goes. Game number 2, both teams staying on the same sides.
I don't know if you ban the Mewtwo Y. I just think that you have to have a little bit of a better way to deal with it if Plaga wants to go with it again. And it doesn't look like Orange Juicers is changing too much of their ban strategy here. They're taking out the Mimikyu. Plaga's taking out the Psyduck.
Psyduck again. I just want to see my duck. I want to see how these teams
let it in, you
play
cowards.
And deal with it. Right, let the duck in. Zugrug once again banning out the Zacian, and this is the second time that we've seen Crustle ban.
Yeah, Plaga wants to keep that Crustle out of the mix. I think they want to build, a little bit more of a CC heavy composition, and Crustle's one of those defenders that provides a lot of CC and utility, so they're gonna ban it. I imagine we'll see. Yep, there it is. The Umbreon grabbed again by Roland. The Mean Look Wish Umbreon looked fantastic for them, so I doubt that they would want to change that up.
See how Plaga wants to combat this Umbreon once again. They utilized that Leafeon in that first slot previously. I imagine that we'll probably see that once again because I thought that pick was just fantastic for them. Froy, though, locking in that Blaziken.
Yeah, they're going to lock in the Leafeon, but that is an EXP share on the Leafeon, so I imagine they'll go ahead and switch it back. But actually, so this time, Orange Juicer is going to go with the Trevenant in the defender slot instead of the Snorlax. So still going with the double defender with a Wish Umbreon as a supporter, but this time we're going to see the tree get stolen away from Plaga, which looked great in the previous match.
I really like this because not only is Zugrug a fantastic tree player, but you're also keeping it away from Plaga, who essentially is lining up what they played last match. So you're kind of hitting two birds with one stone here, depriving and then also getting a fantastic pick.
Yeah, and looks like Orange Juicers might be going with the exact same plan. Yeah. That Venusaur coming back again, as well as the Lucario built with some power-up punch and close combat items. So I think maybe they just feel like, all right, we took the tree away. We have a little bit more of a CC-heavy comp. We can control a little bit harder, and we're just going to try not to get into a situation like in the previous match with that 215 fight.
Yeah, and honestly, like, everything outside of that fight was really good for Orange Juicer, so I can't imagine that their VC is anything but optimistic right now, because it really seemed like they were in control until like those last moments when they weren't. So I think if they just kind of button that up, I think they should be able to handle this composition from Plaga pretty well.
Yeah, and we also have a Lapras coming in as the defender pick. So instead of the Trevenant that got stolen away, Plaga is bringing out the Lapras, which I absolutely love. I wonder if they have the Battle Pass skin yet. But we haven't really seen too much Lapras, but it is a really great defender with a lot of sustain and provides some extra CC. I don't know if it's going to be as good as the Trevenant to provide that utility, but it's still going to be really solid, especially if you're looking to hold the enemy team with the Mewtwo Y having done so much damage to that team comp.
It is holding a cursed item, so probably looking to try to limit the amount of self-sustain on that Trevenant. A lot of the healing from the Wish Umbreon, likely Wish Umbreon. You have to imagine that that's what they'll be going for Roland. I mean, I'm still excited. Lapras, like you said, did get some buffs, but in competitive play, we've kind of seen a little bit more in that like top laner bruiser. Haven't seen it a ton as that true defender.
Yeah, that's true. I think that it can kind of go either way. It's similar to a lot of defenders with the way that they play, because for some reason, Pokemon Unite doesn't like to make things that true defend. They like to make things that do a lot of damage. So there is always that opportunity, and if you can get some extra damage while providing the utility of a defender, why not?
And we got game number 2. We have similar composition, so we're going to likely go to the same lanes. I do like the little split jungle from Plaga. They are able to take Mewtwo Y and give them that blue dot.
Yeah, I do like that a lot. It still allows Leafeon to hit that level 4. They're going to be heading right up into that top path where they will take down that Umbreon before they can get too many stacks there. Rolling now getting chased down, looking for some berries just to cause a little bit of problems, and they're just going to head into the enemy central area.
Leafeon thinks twice of chasing. They're like, they're just going to get out anyway. Try to get this Instead, they're going to go ahead, grab some points on in, get some stacks worked up, get that attack wave going. Looking for the farm here, but it's Roland that's able to secure that.
Yeah, good for them for being able to come back there, because you don't want to let that Leafeon get ahead too early. Plaga really has their early game down. They have their strategy prepared, and now they've got 4 members for both teams in the top half.
4v4, here comes Flareons with those big charge beams just chunking down. Torchic goes back to the Pokemon Center. Orange Juicer's moving forward, going to try to get some stacks in. Leafeon's going to throw a Razor Leaf. That's going to take out the Umbreon. Lucario might be next on the chopping block, but instead, it's Hoenn Plaga that's going down. Mewtwo is evolved. They're looking to push forward. Are they going to be able to get the KO on Lucario? They do. And now Flareon's is the only one up here.
Wow, I don't know why the Lucario goes back in there. I mean, I guess just to see if you can get the Mewtwo, but a lot of KOs exchanged for both sides here. I can't imagine that either team would be particularly happy with how that exchange went, since they lost so many Pokemon regardless. But I think that, I mean, on both sides, you get a couple stacks in, you get a couple KOs the other way. Not too bad for either team.
See about these 8-minute Altaria family. We have Kira looking to line them up. The rest of Plaga is starting to arrive too. Meanlook goes directly on the Umbreon. This Lapras is trying to frontline fight with Zugrug in the central area. We have Roland kind of retreating back to the top half. Lapras moving forward, and now they're going to go ahead and pivot towards this Lucario. They're looking to hunt that down with that Leafeon.
Look at the Lapras as well. Just water pulse sustain. They finally get taken down by the Thunder Charge Beam combo. And I mean, you let that Miraidon get online the way that Flareon's is online right now, and it just absolutely shreds through this team comp. Doesn't matter how much sustain Lapras has.
720 birds in the map. Getting pushed away from this Combuskin. Going to try to clear the rest of them out. Plaga is able to accomplish that. No level 8 yet here for this Leafeon. They still don't have that Unitement.
Yeah, not as great of a start for that Leafeon. They were that level 8 at this point in the match in the previous game. But it's definitely good for Orange Juicers. They're going to use that advantage, just go right for this red juice.
Ooh, take out the Lapras, now looking to hunt down this Mewtwo. This is the Helping Hand Blissey this time, so a little bit different of a look, though. Flareon able to secure that Registeel right in the hands of Plaga. Emerald 2-step. It's going to go directly onto the Venusaur, gets the KO. Hornleech might be a little bit shy. Nice little use of that safeguard from Blissey as Trevenant falls in the forest.
So Registeel goes to Orange Juicers, but Leafeon did end up getting that level 8, and they were able to take down the big carries on the side of Orange Juicers. Meanwhile, we've got that all-rounder versus all-rounder action on the top path with the Blaziken. Able to get another stack in, now 75-37, while both teams pivot onto this lane.
Lucario might have just walked into the wrong neighborhood. They get found out by the rest of Plaga. Looking for an overheat secure. Blaziken's able to do so. Here comes the verdant anger from this Venusaur. They're looking to hunt down, but Blissful Assessence goes right onto the Mewtwo. Why? Plaga is going to retreat to their pad. So is Orange Juicers.
I don't know about that Bliss Assistance. I think that they just really didn't want Venusaur to jump in, so they threw it just so that they wouldn't. But, I mean, that's not that great of a Unite move to end up expending in that moment. But they are going to get the Helping Hand on the Mewtwo. Try to move in a little bit. Orange Juicers is able to defend that Alecki, so Plaga is just going to have to back off here, Kyle.
I don't mind the Blissey Unite there, mostly because you might be able to get to use it one more time before Rayquaza. It's something that I try to do when I'm running Blissey is the second that I get it, once you hit level 8, if you have any opportunity just to fire it right away, go ahead and do it, because then you can at least get it once more by like the 4-minute mark, because Blissey's got like such a long timer.
Yeah, the Bliss Assistance Unite was one of the longest cooldowns in the match. You really want to make sure you're having it for a lot of these pivotal moments. So if they can give Blissey some last hits, maybe they get it back with enough time to use it before Rayquaza again. But 9 seconds left on this basement Reggie. Looking for a little bit of vision is Flareon's, but Leafeon staying out of sight, ready to engage on this Reggie.
They have their Unite move, looking for an opening as Orange Juicer starts to chip down this Regirock. Here comes Flareons with a nice big charge beam, but here comes Leafeon looking for an opening. They find it. There's the Emerald 2-step. It goes onto the Trevenant, doesn't do the damage, doesn't get the KO. Here comes the Bright Future Meteor Storm. Here comes Lapras Express. Choo-choo. We're going to go on forward. All 5 members of Plaga are here. All 5 members of Plaga are getting chipped down by that Verdant Anger, and Mewtwo-Y is coming alive.
Mewtwo-Y with the Infinite Cyber and takes down that Venusaur and really opens the door for Plaga to do something here. Look at Kira on 1 HP trying to do a little bit more, but it does end up going to the Lucario. Big Psy Strike there, tries to take down Roland, not able to do it. So Orange Juicers again with the big secure, but it's not over yet. There's still 4 members of Plaga coming.
Plaga trying to get on top of that Trevenant once more, but a nice little mean look there from Roland, along with the charge beam from Flareons is going to prevent a little bit more of a push. But here comes this Blaziken looking to go into the front line big. Overheat connects on the Trevenant. All 5 members looking to come on in. There's the Blissful Assistant. There's the charge beam from Flareon. We have a little bit of a defense here. Lucario's going to go down. Trevenant's also down. Roland's getting dangerously low, getting hunted down by this Mewtwo-Y. They are going to get a mean look, but that mean look is only going to send Umbreon to the Pokemon Center as Venusaur returns, and Venusaur is starting to clean up here, Husky.
Wow, the Venusaur with the big Verdant Anger coming in and cleaning everyone up. A triple KO for them, leaving Leafeon very low. You definitely want to pick up the Leafeon KO, but if you can make it out alive after an Emerald 2-step, you're doing a pretty good job.
There's that Aura Cannon from Lucario. Might be a tad late, but I think a little bit of farm should be able to allow them to get that back. See if Plaga is going to look to start hitting this Regieleki. They have 3 members up here. They have plenty of rip to do so. They also have their secure. Here comes Flareons with a big old charge beam. Connects the first hit on Mewtwo. Connects the second hit on that Regieleki. There goes some of the damage, but Blaziken does what Blaziken does.
Yeah, it does look like it has overheat. I think that Orange Juicers just wanted to throw some damage at it, see if maybe they could get a little bit lucky, but regardless, they have the ability to defend that up there, and but it does give Plaga the opportunity to head into the pit, look for some vision, get some optimal positioning here, while Lapras goes ahead, breaks this bottom tier 1 pad, not with a big overcap, but that's fine at this point in the match.
4 members down here for Plaga, looking to just try to grab the rest of these birds. Maybe a Regirock to boot. 4 members are going to start tapping it. We do have Orange Juicers that are arriving in the fray. We'll see if this is actually going to be able to go down, because there's only 2 seconds to raid. Doesn't look like either team's going to go for it, but we might have the fight starting to break out here.
Yeah, they actually back up. No Unite moves used just yet, but Lapras might be caught out here. They are with the Bliss Assistant, though. Oh, no, it's the Lapras Express comes out, but it misses everybody high.
Oh my gosh, they do get some big shields, but no Pokemon going down. Here comes the Bright Future Meteor Storm. Blissy's going to give some shields with that safeguard. Bright Future Meteor Storm doesn't get anybody from Flareons. We're just going to have both of these teams back up a little bit as Leafeon looks to hunt down Venusaur once again.
Kind of a scuffed fight there for both sides. No one really knew what the engage point was at. Only Lapras Express used on Plaga, but both the Trevenant Unite move and the Miraidon Unite move were used on the Juicers. They still have the Verdant Anger, they still have Aura Cannon, and the Umbreon Unite move, the Moonlight Prance, so there's still some opportunity.
Charge Beam is chunking the entire team of Plaga as Rayquaza is getting dangerously low. There's Infinite Cyber. There's all the secures. And it's going to the Juicers. These pulps are squeezed. They're going to the goal. All 5 members. Plaga down in the Pokemon Center, and we're going to a game 3, it seems.
It's the power-up punch that comes out on top there for the Lucario. Able to get that big secure, and I don't even know what was happening in that pit. It's like everybody jumped in at once. I thought the Infinite Cyber was it for the Juicers, but they pull out on top, 174 to 134 for them.
Holy cow. Big game there. Big comeback for the Juicers as they tied this series up 1-1. We're going to a game 3, and honestly, I can't be more excited for them because they really understood exactly what Plaga wanted to do, and they controlled that map, they controlled the Ray fight, and they kind of just forced Plaga to just full rip it and try to secure it, and Orange Juicers was ready for it this time.
I mean, again, you had a match where it seemed like Orange Juicers was a little bit ahead the entire time, but this time it seemed like Plaga was definitely in a bit more control. I think Orange Juicers, I mean, look at the Leafeon damage, not very high. I think they did a great job of keeping them at bay and not letting the Leafeon walk all over them like it did last time.
Yeah, we have some replays. We'll take some moments to look at some of the highlights here. This early push for Orange Juicers was really advantageous, but, you know, Lucario might have just gotten caught a little bit there as that Torchic was able to just arrive in time.
Yeah, and I mean, the more that I'm looking at this match and these replays, the more I really do like that Mewtwo Y pick. Just couldn't do as much as it did before. We see this Emerald two-step there taking out the Venusaur early. It was definitely a big moment for Plaga.
And you see time after time again that Blaziken getting secures. So a lot of those contested objectives did go over to Plaga, but the most important one, Orange Juicers was able to really get in position and get ready for it.
Yeah, another one of these fights where we see the Venusaur use that Verdant Anchor on a little bit too low of health, so they did get some value, but then they still have to deal with all this burst damage from the Blaziken and the Leafeon that ends up taking them out, and then you have the Mewtwo Y in the backline just shredding everybody. This is a moment where we saw the first Lucario secure there, able to take that away from Plaga, giving some momentum back to the Juicers in that moment.
You don't see a ton of power-up punch these days, especially with Extreme Speed getting buffed recently, but you saw OG really utilizing it, throwing it back to kind of like their Season 1 days, so really liking what they're able to do here, and they played it perfectly.
Yeah, we saw this triple KO from the Venusaur. It was looking really great for the Juicers. Kratos on it. Looks fantastic. Once again, this basement fight almost broke out into the same Ray fight that we saw in the first match, and maybe that was the advantage that Orange Juicers need, the fact that it didn't actually go that way this time.
Yeah, I think they were ready for it. They were like, okay, they didn't want to fully commit, and they kind of played a little bit more cautious, so Plaga wasn't really able to kind of jump on them. There's that Infinite Cyburn that you talk about, all the Unite moves, and I believe it might have been, was it either the Power Punch that got that?
Or there?
It could have been either, honestly. I didn't quite see.
Yeah, it was a little hard to see because as soon as you get enough players in the pit, you get 0 frames, basically. So it's a little hard to see, but regardless, the Juicers really coming out on top there. Now 1-1, and at the same time, we have 1-1 at For Fun and Stamina Esports as well in the bracket.
That's going to be a fun match to watch. But yeah, here's a little bit of that replay again. Yeah, it looked like it was the Aura Cannon. The Pumpkin getting that secure.
Yeah, the pumpkin came out. I mean, it might be Christmas time, but it was Halloween in Lucario City right there. Able to take that secure. And I really love that play there from Orange Juicers, just forcing out the fight from Plaga. It was awesome to see.
Yeah, maybe they changed their name to the Pumpkin Spice Latte. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
I'm not going to finish that one. Yeah. Orange juice, pumpkin spice latte. Yeah. There's something there. There's something there.
All right, Kyle. Let's take a look at our bracket here.
I'm just trying to find new names. Let me name a team.
All right, fine. Guys, if anyone's interested in hiring Kyle to come up with your team name, you can reach out to him at Steel Agent Kyle on any platform. He is more than willing to do that for you. But let's take a look at our top 8 bracket right now. Both teams from the winner's side are heading into a game number 3, whereas we have LG moving forward in the loser's bracket, as well as Fusion, both 2-0ing in their sets.
That's exciting. LG, getting knocked down to that lower side of the bracket relatively early on yesterday, and they've kind of just fought their way back. We'll see if they're able to continue that streak. I think we had talked about it yesterday when they got knocked down. That's a team that's playing angry, a team that's playing with the chip on their shoulder is very scary to deal with, and we'll see how the rest of the bracket deals with them. But either way, game number 3 on deck, and we have a little bit of a side flip.
Yeah, so this time we're going to have Plaga getting the first pick, which means that they're going to be banning the Blaziken. I don't know what I guess they don't want to give it to the Juicers. I know that the Juicers have pretty good Blaziken, but they have a pretty good everything. So, Plaga also just takes the Blaziken away from themselves there with that ban, but it does force the Psyduck ban for the Juicers, so they are going to be banning that, as well as looks like the Mimic.
Very similar bans, but yeah, the Blaziken getting banned. I just think that means that Plaga wants to pick something that wasn't Blaziken, and they just do not want to hand that over to Orange Juicers.
Yeah, you don't want to give them that secure.
No, I mean, OG on that character would be terrifying.
Yeah, very good. I mean, OG is a very good player on pretty much everything that he plays, but Blaziken's one of those that just, he knows what to do with that thing. I saw the Meowscarada hovered. I almost had a mental breakdown, but we do have them locking in the Zacian, so previously banned throughout these previous 2 matches, but the Juicers are going to be locking that in.
We're going to see the Blissey for a 3rd time here from Plaga. We'll see if they lock in that Mewtwo Y for a 3rd time. And that's exactly what they do. It felt very strong in both matches in this set. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and I mean, they took the Umbreon away from the Juicers, so their previous 2 games, they played the Umbreon first, picking it in their support slot. So this time, the Juicers looks like they might be looking for that Eldegoss, so that'll be their main healer. They're going with a more traditional defender healer pick with the Trevenant and Eldegoss.
Makes me think that they're going to try to, like, just really brawl it out. I really like Eldegoss when that happens because you could just consistently provide that backline damage with those A-presses along with those stuns. We'll see if they're going to go with the more traditional support style build with the Cotton Guard. Oh, God.
Bro, I hate, oh my god. If there's one thing I hate more than double speedster, it's Blastoise top path. I feel like it just never works. But I understand the reason you run it is for the Hydro Typhoon, and especially if we're going to see Kratos bringing back that Petal Dance Venusaur, you can really cause a lot of disruption with that Hydro Typhoon, but you need the levels, which is why you play it in a top path rather than playing it in the defender slot, because Umbreon in the defender slot really gives you the opportunity to scale because it's such an early scaling Pokemon. So I get it, but I hate it so much.
I just hate going against it just because it just spins all over me and it's just not fun. Because I play a lot of backline attackers, so if a Blastoise is fed and it's able to just get through that front line and just spin on the backline, it's just never a fun time for your backline damage dealers. And we'll see if Kratos is going to be going that Venusaur, because looking at the move or the item set, it is different from what he was running when he was running Petal.
Yeah, I think he's still running the full heal, so it might just be very heavy damage Petal Dance, and you're really going to be relying on the Eldegoss to keep the healing up, rather than the extra sustain from what a Focus Band might give you, but I guess it would be fun to see a Beam as well, but they are going up against what's likely an Icicle Spear Glaceon based on those items, so I wonder if Plaga will be sending the Glaceon into the central area with Icicle Spear, or maybe they're going to give it to the Mewtwo Y. They have a couple options here.
Yeah, I thought I saw Kratos maybe switch to an eject button last second, which is maybe why I thought Beam. We'll see. I actually kind of like it a little bit better, especially if that Blastoise is going to be playing that top lane. So we'll see how it goes. Game number 3, though. Plaga going to be on your purple side. Orange Juicers on your orange side, finally. All's right in the world as Venusaur is going to take the central area.
Yeah, I mean, we could see an Electro Drift Miraidon in place of the Charge Beam and let the Solar Beam Venusaur kind of do that backline work, but it's up to the Juicers what they want to do. This early lane here from OG and Roland is absolutely devastating, especially because the Blastoise is just a little baby Squirtle so far.
It's just a baby. We have 3 members up here from Plaga looking to hunt down this central contested farm. I believe, though, I was able to get cleared by OG on that.
Here comes the Glaceon with the little checkered hollow-air right there. 3 members of Plaga wanting to push into this top path, but against a Zacian that just comes online so fast. It gets good early. It stays good late. That thing is crazy. We're going to have to see, you know, right in this match why it's banned so often. 2 former EX Pokemon on one side and 1 former EX Pokemon on the other.
Ooh, a Sludge Bomb on this Venusaur, so making me think that it is going to be that Solar Beam, but another type of beam that might be coming as Flareon's arrives in that top lane and pushes Plaga back to their paths.
Yeah, I mean, we have almost level 5 on them, so we'll have to see what they end up going. But, you know, with the Sludge Bomb, obviously we're going to see the Pedal Dance. No, I'm kidding. It's obviously going to be that Solar Beam for the Venusaur, so a little bit of a switch up, keeping Plaga on their toes a little bit more. If they stole their Umbreon, you know, they're going to be pivoting around to some different options as well, and it is Charge Beam Marina.
Yeah, chunked down that Mewtwo quite a bit, forcing them back to their pad. And this Eldegoss, Roland's just going to continuously harass the side of Plaga, continuing that A-press pressure and try to get some damage done. But center birds are up. Plaga is here. They're looking to take down Orange Juices as Venusaur gets a Sludge Bomb in. Going to see those beams fly.
Wow, that's a big beam, almost fully chunking that Glaceon right there. But those Icicle Spears, leaving that Trevenant on 1 HP, and now the Umbreon is forced to eject button right into that back. Berries and both of these teams just absolutely aggressive in this early game.
Yeah, not quite finding any of the KOs, but they're doing a ton of damage. Umbreon taking that first KO back to the Pokemon Center. They go. 720 birds hitting the map in both lanes. We have Orange Juicers really prioritizing the bottom. As I say that, they start to push people up top. They're looking to maybe push this Regieleki in a few minutes, or a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a Solar Beam and a Charge Beam. The only thing else that we need would be a Hyper Beam, so I feel like maybe they should have gone with the Dragonite instead of the Zacian.
Beam
Just the
comes.
Full Beam team would be fantastic, which
Bubble
is another
Beam.
great team name. Oh, Bubble Beam would be awesome. I feel like that's a great name for a team, so maybe we could also hire me to name your team.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Team sounds awesome.
Yeah, Beam Team. However, it's the Icicle Spears that are going to be able to take down that Registeel in the basement path. Zacian able to clear that Regieleki with no problems at all. Icicle Spears are shredding through this Trevenant, though.
Wow, those Icicle Spears. Look at them chasing down Flareons from across the map. It looks like Plaga might try to push here. We've got the Mewtwo jumping in. Bird and Anger does come out, though, with a big Solar Beam to push them back. Looks like Plaga might be forced back here. The eject button Solar Beam almost gets them.
That was a nice little play there from Kratos. However, they get pushed out from this foul play on the Umbreon, and here comes Mewtwo Y. There goes the Glacial Stage, and now Plaga is clicking on all cylinders right now. However, they might just peel back and look for some farm, look for some KOs, maybe on this Zacian.
Out of the way this is going so far, from what I'm seeing, I don't know if Orange Juicers has the ability to deal with this Glaceon with the front line of Blastoise, Blissey, and Umbreon protecting it. It's just going to be shredding through everybody, and I don't know, I mean, I guess it's just Trevenant that can really tank it for them, but still, look at how it's shredding. It almost completely half health suck.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem late game, especially once it starts to scale even further. Dolly, full pad here, 80 points, still need to go in before that's broken. Plaga is looking to line this up, but Orange Juicers has sussed it out, and that's going to send Plaga flying back to their own pad.
So far, the Solar Beams from the Venusaur don't look like they're doing as much as the Icicle Spears from the Glaceon. But that being said, the Venusaur scales very well into the late game, and though Glaceon is a pretty good late game Pokemon, it definitely has its strengths in the early game. It's both teams now looking to rotate down into this bottom path, just leaving those defenders up in the top path, setting up for this basement objective. Spawning about to hit the map here in 5 seconds.
And Blastoise is going to start to grab some vision, going to spin to win. Zacian does suss that out. Mewtwo Y is going to throw that Side Strike on, and there goes the Infinite Cyber. No, Zacian's going down. Blastoise is looking to get a KO. They Hydro Typhoon. That's going to enable Plaga to start ripping through this Regice, and it gets melted.
Wow, great job there from the Umbreon as well, just keeping that Venusaur back so they couldn't use the Solar Beam for an extra secure. I mean, there's not the best secures over there on Plaga, so you really have to utilize your defenders to make sure Kratos can't get in there. That's exactly what Plaga did.
Oh, this Umbreon's doing a fantastic job of just getting on top of the Venusaur, utilizing those foul plays and pushing them into danger. Charge Beam's going to start to try to shred through Plaga. Another great foul play from Kira. They're doing just an excellent job at utilizing those in these tournaments.
It makes me wonder how the Beam team is going to actually scale into this late game, because right now it looks like Plaga has the control, but they also have 0 points scored. Even though they've been pretty much controlling these team fights, they haven't been able to get in a single point so far.
I feel like the team name should be the Baked Beans. I don't know. To be determined. Maybe it might be something there. Might be something. Looking for a secure. It is going to be Glaceon. However, the glacial stage is set. Looking to push for this T1. However, a great defensive stand here from Orange Juicers. They're ready.
Oh, here comes the Hydro Typhoon. Look at them. Big Cowabunga for them, knocking up 4 members, forcing the Venusaur back. And look at that, the Rapid Spin taking them down. Regieleki walks in, and wow, maybe I was wrong about this.
I love that play, teaming that with that Blissful Assistance. However, Husky, that was an incredibly late Blissful Assistance. They're going to have to feed a lot of last hits into that Blissey to ensure they get it at Rayquaza.
Yeah, and that does mean that now Plaga went from 0 points to taking the lead, 174 to 103 with 3 minutes left. And you're absolutely right. Look, here comes the Blissey looking for some last hits as much as they can. But as your supporter, you still got to do the job of supporting the team. And right now, Umbreon's gotten themselves into a bit of a situation. Yeah,
Eldegoss going to start giving some heals, giving some shields. Regirock is starting to get chipped on over. Here comes the spin to win from Blastoise. Going to just start shredding through Orange Juicers. Regirock is getting dangerously low. There goes a little bit of a play here from Orange Juicers. They utilize that Trevenant Unite with 20 seconds to Ray. A lot of these Unite moves are flying, Husky.
Once again, it's like a repeat from game number 1. We're seeing the Unite moves getting expended, and this time Orange Juicers is not afraid to use them. The Zacian coming in with the Unite move does pick up the Umbreon there for them. With 10 seconds left, we have Great Future, Meteor Storm coming down. Look at this Mewtwo Y just barely getting out with the help of the Sand.
Oh, we're gonna have to burn the eject on that Glaceon. Glaceon goes down. That's 20 seconds, and that's a lot of the rip that Hoenn Plaga has. We're gonna see Zacian pivot to Rayquaza. The shiny Rayquaza is getting chipped. Here comes another another spin from Blastoise. There goes the Blissful Assist right onto them once again. Orange Juicers is throwing all their Unite moves though.
Oh, the Blastoise only hits OG, but that's it for them. Just the Hydro Typhoon is now out. Kratos, though, stands in the bush. It does not account for the Rapid Spin coming at them. Orange Juicers had their chance, and it is slowly slipping away, Kyle.
Yeah, Rayquaza once again gets leashed, going back in. Blastoise is going to get chipped here from the Zacian. Here comes a lot of damage. Blastoise Rapid Spin is going to spin onto the tree. Umbreon also going down to the fray. Here comes Zacian once again, trying to hunt down this Blissey Mewtwo. But that's too much damage, too hot to handle as Zacian goes down. Rayquaza once again getting chipped with a huge Solar Beam, huge Charge Beam from the Beam Squad.
They got to do it. They have to rip the Ray. They have Glaceon, though, is down. So that's, once again, Orange Juicer's opportunity to rip it down. We have a Blissey, but no Unite moves. The Umbreon does have one, though. They will use it. The Moonlight Prains into the back line. Roland looks like they're about to go down. They will hit Kratos with another healing compound. Crash is there. The Secure is out, and it's going to be the Venusaur. It's the Venusaur. Kratos gets it with the hero play. They're going to have to walk in some points, though.
Baked beans are on the menu. Here comes 70 from Flareons. That's going to put them within 1. There goes another 66. That gives Orange Juicers a lead. Roland still has a shield with 20 seconds left. We're going to get another Venusaur score. There's another 100. There's nothing Plaga can do. Orange Juicers, they are advancing in this round.
What a disaster of a Ray fight, if I had to describe it with one word. That was absolutely ridiculous. Roland here getting another 100 just to add insult to injury. I have no idea what Plaga could have done there to prevent that. All 3 of these matches ended up coming down to a Rayquaza rip and flip, and Orange Juicers, the one to come out on top.
Orange juice for everybody. Pulp or no pulp? Answer in chat. Do you like pulp with your orange juice, or are you a no pulp believer? Either way, they're no pulp. Really, I think it's pretty good.
I don't want it to be chunky.
I like
chunky orange juice.
I love chunky orange
crazy.
juice.
That's psychotic. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm a little weird. Flareon's
Kelsey
MVP.
said champagne with mine.
That's so real. That's so real.
Fair enough. Anyway,
79K. Flareons gets your crown. Wow, just incredible last fight there from both teams. I mean, it was a contested, went down to the wire. Plaga, though, they looked fantastic throughout. That's going to be a tough team to knock down in your loser side.
Yeah, the double shred versus double beam, and the beam team, the baked beams, ended up coming out on top there. I guess it just comes down to who's got the secure in that moment, and in that moment it was Kratos. But that being said, that Glaceon pick just out the gutter, along with the Mewtwo Y, the Helping Hand Blissey, that was just shredding the entire time.
Yeah, it just every game it seemed like OJ was having a tough time dealing with it. They just were able to just stay alive long enough and kind of squeak it out. So I think a lot of that is part of why they had that Eldegoss pick. I thought that Cotton Guard did a great job of preventing a lot of that burst damage from that Mewtwo Y. See again here early on, getting some great peels from this Venusaur. Otherwise, I think Trevenant goes down there. So really good just situational awareness from Kratos.
Yeah, if we're watching these replays here, just pay attention to the way Blissey is utilizing the safeguards and the helping hands here. Just making sure they're hitting both that Mewtwo Y along with the Glaceon just to get the maximum shred potential.
Really like Glaceon with that Blissey helping hand. I think if you have two characters that can benefit from helping hand, you can really build up a rip comp and take a lot of these objectives, which is really what Plaga was going for. They were always there, they were always ready to take an objective, and the only one that they weren't able to get was that Rayquaza, it seemed.
Yeah, that one fight that we just saw replayed there, that was one of the big fights for Plaga and where we saw the Umbreon really coming through with that foul play. We saw Mean Look Umbreon twice on Orange Juicers, but the foul play was looking really solid in this match.
The Glaceon too. I mean, Glaceon is just such a strong Pokemon in its own right, and it was just able to kind of weave in and out using that A press, then using those Icicle Spears to just shred from a safe distance. This play here was just so fun. You got the Hydro Typhoon, you had the Blissful Assist on it, allows Regieleki to walk in, gets a ton of points here for Plaga. They did use that Blissey Unite late, but they were able to feed some XP into it, and it was able to get that again at this Rayquaza relatively early here.
Yeah, I wonder if they didn't do that, if they would have been able to take the fight a little bit earlier, but they were kind of backed up here just a little bit. But still, this is where we saw the Blastoise pop off once again. They picked up Kratos, so even though the Glaceon went down, this is where the Glaceon was back here, but Plaga didn't quite want to commit to ripping it. We just saw Glaceon looking for an engage here, which is how they took out Zugrug in this moment. And it looks like the tables were being turned for Plaga, but Flareon still with the charge beams was just absolutely ripping them apart.
Yeah, I think they don't want to commit here because I mean, you look at their team comp; they didn't quite have a ton of secure. They had plenty of rip, but they just didn't have a Pokemon that you can reliably like secure the objective. And you had Orange Juices that did with that Solar Beam.
We had the Moonlight Prance come out. We had the Cotton Cloud Crash, and there's the Solar Beam from the Venusaur from downtown,
Beam.
able to take that one. It just kind of ended up being a mess inside the pit, and it was Venusaur who came out on top with that secure. Everyone was just throwing everything into that last minute there, and it was kind of a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not if you're Orange Juice. I think they probably really enjoyed that last fight. Either way, we are going to a quick commercial break, folks. We will be back in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. Maybe grab a drink, maybe grab a snack, maybe hit the restroom. But we will be back here shortly for the next round at the IceBound invitation.
so be careful. It's not a perfect mousetrap. At level 4, Pikachu forgets Thunder Shock and can run even Electro Ball plus Thunder. Electro Ball is a sure hit move that damages a pocket of Pokemon as well as any other enemies around them, paralyzing them briefly. Electro Ball also deals bonus damage based on the percentage of the enemy's missing health, meaning it deals more damage if the enemy is fainted. Its low pulling away enemies as it stands upgrade to and increase
Welcome back, everyone, to the IceBound tournament. We are here with our next match. we just saw the most insane set. Orange Juicers versus Plaga, sending Plaga down into the losers bracket to face Luminosity in their next set. And now we are going to be seeing Orange Juicers versus Stamina Esports. Stamina Esports came out on top of their set that also went to 3 games, sending 4Fun down into the losers bracket to go against Fusion. Let's take a look here at what we've got. Here is our bracket, and if Orange Juicers can clutch this out, they earn a ticket to our grand finals. Same for Stamina Esports. The loser will head down into the loser semifinals, Kyle.
I'm excited to see how this set plays out, but we've talked about it a few times already. This broadcast talked about it yesterday as well. Plaga versus LG is something to watch out for, but LG, they are looking forward. They are trying to claw their way back out of this loser side of the bracket. They want that matchup with Orange Juicers. They want to take them down. They want to show that they are the best in North America. And last week in the AOS play-ins, they want to show that it was a fluke. We'll see how Orange Juicers is able to respond here. If they're able to make it to grand finals, LG needs to do their part.
Yeah, I mean, that is the goal for Orange Juicers, but they have a road ahead of them in this set against Stamina Esports, who has been doing very, very well throughout this tournament. The winner will move on to our grand finals, but the loser will head down into our losers finals. And we could, I guess, if Stamina Esports clutches this out against Orange Juicers, then Luminosity, if they win this next one, could get the salty run back a little earlier than they expected, maybe?
True. Yeah, definitely a possibility. So we'll see how this plays out. There is a set to be had first. Stamina Esports, no slouches in their own right. They've played really well all weekend long. Here, played with a few demon players, Reggie195, Hitman. I mean, some fantastic players in their own right. But Orange Juicers, obviously the kings of North America currently. So we'll see how they're able to take down this team if they are. But another squad, another matchup to watch out for is that 4Fun versus Fusion matchup. I'm really excited to see how that one plays out. Obviously, Fusion, an incredible LATAM team that performed very highly all season long last year, playing really well into Worlds. And then 4Fun, a 4Fun squad that has just been running amok most of the weekend.
Yeah, and Fusion was one of those teams that were favorited in Worlds too. They're a really, really strong team, so it's surprising to see them down in the losers bracket at all. But 4Fun has been doing a fantastic job. I mean, they went 2-1 against Stamina Esports. They have been moving through this bracket like nobody's business. That's going to be a fun match as well. I believe that one is being casted over on a different channel, if you're interested in watching that game. And the other losers bracket match, the Luminosity versus Plaga match, also going to be a fun one. I mean, Plaga's coming off of some really strong momentum after that set with Orange Juicers, so I wonder if they're going to be able to take any games off of Luminosity.
We'll see. Plaga played incredibly well in that set versus Orange Juicers, right? We just saw it here on this channel. They took game 1 off of OJ, and honestly, the last 2 games of that set, Orange Juicers obviously won, but those matches were incredibly close. Came down to a little bit of a contested Ray flip. Orange Juicers was able to come out ahead in both of those scenarios and get their points in game 3, almost at the buzzer. So really great response from Orange Juicers. So Plaga really gonna have their work cut out for them, but so is LG.
Yeah, any team really, like at this point in the tournament, all these teams are going to have to be playing their absolute best. They're all going to have their work cut out here. But we will be looking forward to seeing how these teams kind of adjust as they move forward through this bracket. And as a reminder, these teams aren't just playing for fun as much as 4Fun might be. These teams are playing for $1,500. So not only is it a bit of a practice for them to prepare for the qualifiers this coming weekend for the December Cup, we also are having a huge prize pool on the line. These teams want that money.
I don't blame them. I would also want that money. $1,000 going to the first place, your grand finals champion. grand finals runner-up will be getting that $500 prize, if I'm not mistaken. If I am mistaken, don't quote me, and I'm not responsible for that, but that's what I thought I read at one point.
Yeah, we did make the prize pool. We just work here, so
I just work here.
so don't yell at Kyle. But still,
Don't yell
I
at me,
mean,
I'll cry.
a lot of these grassroots tournaments don't often have a prize pool of this caliber, which means that a lot of these teams are really strong teams that are coming from a lot of different regions. We don't see a lot of inter-regional competition throughout the regular season of Pokemon Unite. So this kind of also gives these teams an opportunity to feel out where teams from other regions are at that they have to look out for in upcoming international tournaments, but potentially even Worlds.
It kind of helps kind of scope out where the meta is and how those other regions are playing, right? Like, you look at different metas across the globe, whether it's in the West or in the East, and you kind of see like all these like sub metas, and you see like North America plays very different from LATAM. You know, any of the Eastern teams plays completely different from a lot of the Western teams. So I'm really interested to see, obviously, the West compete against each other. But like you said, when we get into those like even more mixed international events, it'll be very interesting to see who plays the best meta.
Yeah, which is, another reason why we have to be looking out for these matchups throughout the bracket. And we will be seeing now Orange Juicers versus Stamina Esports. So an opportunity for Orange Juicers to check out what other strategies are existing out there, and, looking forward to seeing it. Here we've got our draft.
Draft of game number 1 of your winners finals. Orange Juicer is going to go ahead and ban out that Absol, Psyduck, and also a Zacian ban coming to fruition. And this Absol, that's, I think, mostly to target ban Reggie.
Yeah, the reason for that is 100% so that Reggie can't take it. This player is ridiculous on Absol as well as any speedster. They will likely have to be forced into a different one, but Orange Juicers knows that Absol is one of their best picks. They do not want to see that.
See how Orange Juicers plays their draft knowing that information. Umbreon, a very strong counter into a lot of the speedsters available and taken first.
Yeah, they not surprising to see Roland grab that Umbreon. They played it 2 out of the 3 games in the previous set and looked fantastic on it. So seeing that coming back is going to be big. It gives them the opportunity to go with a different defender and throw Umbreon into the support slot. So we'll see if that's what they end up going for.
Hoopa and Miraidon get picked over by Stamina. Got that Shedinja doll on that Miraidon. Also some stacking glasses.
Yeah, I like the stacking glasses here. The Miraidon just does a ton of damage, and you'd want those Electro Drifts to hit and hit hard. Meanwhile, we've got the Hoopa as well. Hoopa, one that we didn't end up seeing in the previous set, but just provides so much utility as a supporter. It's absolutely huge for Stamina.
Flareon's lining up that Alolan Ninetales. I better see at least a temporary of that orange skin, because it's just so pretty. However, you do have Stamina picking up that Garchomp.
Ooh, so they grab the Mamoswine as well as their main defender. I like this, especially into Alolan Ninetales, where Alolan Ninetales' entire thing is just a supporter attacker, provide a lot of CC, try to prevent the team from moving forward, and Mamoswine kind of has that same role, except it's also tankier. So I do like this pickup from them.
Sporting the Assault Vest, too. Not a whole lot of special attackers, so you got to imagine that they may take that off. Reggie, though, like we said, looking for a speedster, they found one. It is going to be that Zoroark.
Looking at this team comp from Orange Juicers, it really kind of seems like they sussed out that Zoroark would be the pick from Reggie, and they kind of built their team comp around it. I mean, Reggie, even though they're an insane speedster player, you can decide, you can, figure out what they're going to be doing. You kind of know what their cards are. So they can ban the Absol, they take Dodrio, and they kind of imagine that Reggie's next pick would likely go to that Zoroark. So they're kind of building a lot of stun, a lot of dives, so that they can hopefully stop Reggie in their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, you have plenty of tools to do it. You have Snorlax Heavy Slam, probably the block set as well. You have Umbreon that can go Mean Look. and then you take your mage and you put heavy CC on it. Flareon's on that Alolan Ninetales. You called it out a little bit ago, but regardless of what set they go, whether they go Blizzard Avalanche or that Aurora Veil Dazzling Gleam set, that kit has so many stuns in it, whether it's those boosted basic attacks or those abilities.
I think that just based on what we saw, especially with the curse item as well, they probably will end up going that Blizzard Avalanche build. It seems like that's their goal, of just providing a lot of CC and, you know, letting that Lucario, Dodrio really be the main damage dealers. But we will see. I mean, Flareons can kind of play either set on Alolan Ninetales. I think either could be really good or could be really detrimental, depending on how good the Zoroark fails early.
What can't Flareons do? If you've never seen Flareons rock the jungle Hoopa, y'all need to see it. It's pretty insane. Here we go. Game number 1. Winners finals. Best of 3. Orange Juicers on your purple side. Stamina Esports taking that Zoroark to the central area on orange side.
Looking to steal away some of that farm, which they do, giving Roll an opportunity to back up that AO cookie. The Roland build of Umbreon is one that I really like. They have the barrier and the AO's cookie to maximum shielding and healing, especially when you get those Unite moves. It's really hard to keep them down.
Ooh, and they're able to steal away all their own farm, which is great for this Umbreon that wants to get online as soon as possible. And like you said, the Buddy Barrier is great on Umbreon because also you don't have to deal with an Umbreon on the opposing side stealing in those pivotal moments with their unit.
Do have the Zoroark. They weren't quite able to get up there for an early gank. They instead with Drio, but now that we've got the 50 birds, we've got a lot of team members rotating up here.
Yeah, 4 members for Stamina Esports, but they're going to be forced to retreat back to their own side of the map. But Mean Look goes directly onto that Swinub. They get sussed out. Zoroark going to try to retreat, but they are going to line up this Doji. Are they going to find the KO? No, they get Mean Looked, but a great full heal to avoid it.
Yeah, a little late on the full heal. It was a little dangerous there for a second, but everyone able to get out, not able to take down Zoroark, and the opposite team not able to take down the Dodrio. So I think both teams kind of feeling like they have a bit of success here. Umbreon picking up another little bit of a stack there, looking for a way to get out. They're just going to walk right into the central area.
Just going to stare at that Garchomp as they Mean Look it. Passive is broken. Hoopa unable to stun them through it. But Stamina Esports all here for these 8-minute Lucario family, and they're going to clear them out before OJ can respond.
Yeah, I think Orange Juicers realized that they were not really going to be able to make it there for that objective, the 8-minute birds, but they will end up picking up the Zoroark as a result, so it ends up working out for them in the end.
Great response from Zugrug as they are able to clear that out. No harm, no foul. Now they have access to those buffs. Here we go. Lucario is going to force out the eject button from that Garchomp, and then a Mean Look on top of it as Garchomp's just caught between a rock and a hard place. Lucario goes down with great response from the Zoroark.
Look at the Garchomp!
Criminal.
I can't even see an HP bar on them. They finally are able to get a little bit more healing there. Finally, he was going to be able to send them back, but wow. They end up getting out of there even through a Mean Look because of that Zoroark response.
That was criminal. Garchomp now sporting level 7, going to be able to maybe get online sooner than later. Zoroark with a great play from Hoopa is able to get to safety. Now they're going to look to try to hunt down this Umbreon. Here comes the Nightfall Daze, but it connects on no one. OJ avoids all that damage.
I mean, they're throwing everything onto the Zoroark, and they can't even really do anything about it still. Even through the Mean Looks, we have the Hoopa just responding over and over again to make sure that Reggie doesn't go down, and so far, it's been working out for them.
Yeah, they're teleporting down to the basement path. Miraidon does suss out where Zugrug is. Reggie Ice is getting chipped down by the Zoroark, looking for a secure. It's Zugrug with the heavy slam, but no, Zoroark is able to clear that.
The way that Orange Juicers is playing this game right now, it really is obvious that they are terrified of the Zoroark. They are not, they're really careful with their engagements. They're playing very passively, which is not something you normally see from Orange Juicers. Very safe with the way they deal with the Zoroark.
Yeah, and they're looking to push this T1 pad. However, Lucario is going to be going down in the fray as Stamina is able to play with some tempo. And not only that, they turn a little bit of pad defense to some offense as they're looking to take this T1 pad. Triple trample out from the Dodrio, looking to take down the Zoroark, but Zoroark combats it. Double KO.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. I mean, the Dodrio came down, they lived for a while, but they just not enough damage on that. That's the power of Zoroark in this early game, in this mid game. They're just rolling through everything.
Ooh, a nice little play there from Garchomp, able to get out of the mean look. Now going to hold down their A button as they charge up these boosted attacks against the side of Orange Juicers. They get a point in. Hoopa is going to start rotating the team up with the Hyperspace Highway. Another great response here from them. However, a mean look's going to put a stop to that.
This Hoopa is detrimental to this team right now. They will pick up Zugrug as well. I think that Orange Juice is just playing way too passive. Look at Roland, wants to go for another stack, just uses everything to do it. I don't know, it seems like Orange Juice is maybe playing on a little bit of tilt right now.
Yeah, I think they want to just try to break that goal pad because right now Stamina is just playing with so much tempo and they're just rotating perfectly. So they want to try to prevent this Hoopa from just keeping them forward and keeping the pressure.
We've got OG now moving in, but able to be picked up once again by the Zoroark. They do get 20 points in, so keeping up a little bit with the score. Less than 100-point lead now for Stamina, but that's still, we have this Zoroark at level 12. He's continuing to provide pressure to this team.
Top pad is broken by Orange Juicers. Regirock has hit the map. Zoroark looking for an engage point. They find it. They find the Snorlax. Snorlax, however, is going to go ahead and take a little bit of a nap here. Mamoswine getting dangerously low. They go back to the Pokemon Center. So does Miraidon. Here comes Hoopa. Rings are unbound. Looking for a power punch from OG. They get taken down by Hoopa. Garchomp is able to find the Ninetales. Regirock getting dangerously low. Nightfall Daze is able to secure it.
That was a great secure there for the Zoroark. Very well timed, making sure that last hit of the Nightfall Daze was able to get that secure, chasing down the Dodrio as well. It's just rolling right now for Orange Juicers in this bottom path, trying to provide a little bit of pressure, just distract the enemy team. Look at them all the way in the central area, finally going down there. But Orange Juicers got to do something. It really, really looks like Stamina is just in complete control of this game.
Yeah, you have 2 level 13s, and Reggie is almost at level 14 here with 3 minutes return. They're going to look to maybe hunt down the Snorlax. Snorlax throws a little bit of a block there. Now Regieleki is getting chipped down. Garchomp holding their B button down. Looking for secure is Lucario with that power punch. Close combat. There we go. Ninetales finally a win for OJ.
I like that play a lot. The Alolan Ninetales coming in at just the right time, but immediately into the Livid Outrage is the Garchomp. They will pick up Umbreon, and they are looking for Lucario as well. Snorlax getting chased by the Zoroark. Now it's just Dodrio. And the Alolan Ninetales had to go for a little bit of a reset, trying to prevent those 50 points from going in here. Finally able to get it, though. 254 to 141. Stamina looking great.
Yeah, they're playing with just so much tempo right now. They're playing aggressive, and Orange Juicers is just kind of playing responsive right now. They haven't been able to really play their game and put pressure on Stamina with this Dodrio. It just seems like they're just trying to respond as best they can instead of attacking.
I don't know what their plan is. They just have to win this Ray fight because they don't have enough damage to do anything with ripping. I don't know. Lucario is there for secure, heavy slam, kind of, but it's not that great. But it looks like Stamina just kind of has the upper hand in all capacity right now. They've got a level 15 Garchomp, level 14 Zoroark. They can really take a fight, and they can take it really well. Look at all members of Orange Juicers in this top L bush, but the Garchomp is there, and he knows where they all are.
Yeah, we got to try to find a way in if you're Orange Juicers. Umbreon does find out where this Zoroark is, trying to grab some vision. We have Miraidon throwing a big old charge beam. Umbreon gets found out from Zoroark, unable to utilize their Unite move. Snorlax is going to block, try to prevent any of the side of Stamina to try to jump on in. Snow Globe comes out from the Alolan Ninetales. They go back to the Pokemon Center.
2 down now for Orange Juicers. Lucario, Dodrio, Snorlax, they still do have their Unite moves available. That play was very dangerous for Orange Juicers, walking around and trying to go into the backside. Dodrio does get some points in. Snorlax as well, breaking his bottom path, but that means Dodrio goes down here, and Stamina Esports is keeping their advantage.
Yeah, and they have this Garchomp that could just start going ahead and ripping this and maybe force Orange Juicers' hand because they do have them down. Lucario is going to try to close combat on in. There goes a Unite move. We got some of the fight going on. Secure is going to be going over to the Zoroark, and Stamina Esports taking this game number 1.
I believe that was the Nightfall Days from the Zoroark to end up getting that secure, but wow. Yeah, I mean, Orange Juicers had an opportunity there to end up with a flip, but there's just too much damage. Stamina Esports way too ahead. I think that was Stamina Esports game to lose, and they certainly did not.
Yeah, they put their foot on the pedal, and they did not lift up a single time. I mean, they were just fed throughout. Orange Juicers forced to respond, forced to make some risky plays, and it did not pay off for them in game number 1 as Stamina Esports one game away from advancing to your grand finals.
Yeah, but we've been talking about it, and Orange Juicers does tend to lose that first match, and they end up coming back, so I doubt that they're super worried. I think that their composition was just not great into what Stamina Esports had built. I like seeing the Alolan Ninetales Hollow Air, but other than that, I really don't think it did particularly well. I think they need a little bit more damage.
I wonder if they're going to go ahead and try to ban the Hoopa this match, because it seemed like once Hoopa had access to that hyperspace hole, Stamina Esports was just able to play their game. They rotated the Zoroark so quickly and so frequently that Orange Juicers just did not have time to respond.
Yeah, it was just a tool that was used at every area of the map, and being a speedster, it's already great with rotations as like on its own, but adding the Hoopa in there was definitely great for them. I mean, we're looking at the damage. Hoopa did more damage than most of the players on OJ's team comp.
Indeed. Here we go. We're gonna see some of the replays here, see how this match kind of unfolded for Orange Juicers and Stamina. I'm trying to really understand here, what may have gone wrong for Orange Juicers, but Stamina just got off to such a quick level lead.
Yeah, they were just, they did not stop at all. I mean, part of running an early game composition or an early game Pokemon like a Speedster with Zoroark is you have to get ahead early and you have to stay ahead. And we see them here continuing to push their advantage. They went in hard on the Alolan Ninetales over and over again. And with these rotations, they were just at every spot of the map at all times.
Yeah, a lot of CC, a lot of tempo for Stamina. And it played with a lot of stamina because they did not go down very frequently. I mean, you look at the KO numbers, that weren't a ton for Orange Juicers.
Yeah, not at all. I don't think that Alolan Ninetales picked up anybody, even with their big snow globe. I believe that was here. They ended up almost grabbing that Zoroark. They were very low, but that Mamoswine was in the back line acting as a distraction. Even with the Hoopa unbound, still looking for a secure, which is not possible when you have so much dive on the other team. The Garchomp jumping in. You've got Zoroark there too, which is really great. Very consistent playing by Stamina.
We'll take a peek. I mean, we'll see exactly, how Orange Juicers is going to come back in this set. I mean, I thought at the beginning of the match, I think it was really fine. I thought that they had a good draft, but as the game played out, I mean, you just saw how valuable Reggie is on any speedster pick.
Yeah, and I think they were so scared of the Zoroark that they forgot about the Garchomp. And look at this play again. We see the Garchomp triple KO there, able to take down that Regieleki that they pulled into almost the opposite tier goal. And this is where we see this Ray fight where, again, Stamina was just in control of it the entire time.
Just didn't seem like OJ was able to find the angle that they wanted. You saw them all going as 5, hoping to find something, and they kind of peeled around that backside, trying to maybe pick out where that Zoroark was hiding. Unfortunate for them, they just could not find it.
Yeah, they went around, and I don't know about that play just in general. It really works very well if there isn't somebody looking out for it, but the Garchomp was there and just watched all 5 of them walk in there so that they could just be like, oh yeah, they're all there. Just pivot back, like, don't let them walk in. Like, switch sides, basically.
Yeah, they were found, and they were found quickly. Yeah, game 2, we're going to have to see how these teams play this draft. I really do think that Hoopa was a problem for Orange Juicers, so they're either going to have to find some counters for that Hoopa or just flat out ban it. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, The Hoopa is something that I feel like if teams can play it really well, then the Hoopa is absolutely unreal. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Hoopa ban. I don't know if Orange Juicers should be focusing as hard as they have been on Reggie. I think that this player is just going to do whatever they want regardless, but let's see what they do here. We've got our draft screen up, and Orange Juicers goes with the Zacian ban.
I think it's always a fine ban. That Pokemon is just so hard to deal with in their own right. Another thing that's hard to deal with, we've been talking about all day, is that Psyduck. And I don't think we're going to see it. We're also not going to see that Miraidon or the Mimikyu.
I like this choice for Orange Juicers to pivot away from the Absol ban, and they go with the Miraidon and Zacian bans, 2 former EX Pokemon that still kind of seem like they earned that tag. They will go ahead and first pick that Umbreon. Don't know if that's going to give the opportunity for Stamina to go with that Hoopa. I imagine they will pick that up again because of how valuable it was, but they are hovering. Yep, they do grab the Hoopa, hovering the Gengar. I don't know if that's going to come out.
No way.
I doubt that we'll see that Gengar. They are pivoting over to the Blaziken.
Oh, heavy secure abilities with those overheats. We'll see how Blaziken plays out with Orange Juicers. Now, Orange Juicers was going to hover over that Gengar just for the fun. There's no way that Gengar gets picked. Yeah. No way.
OG's been like looking at that Zeraora. He's like been hovering it a lot. I feel like he just really wants to play the Zeraora. They keep telling him, stop doing that. Don't do that. But they will be grabbing their main core the same, the Snorlax Umbreon. But instead of the Alolan Ninetales Flareon, it's going to pick up the Mew.
I love Mew. I love Flareons on Mew. I think he's one of the better Mew players.
Pick.
It offers a lot of utility, especially in that late game, especially once it gets access to the Unite move. You can really get out of dodge. But look at this for Stamina. They're picking the Inteleon to combat that Mew.
I like the Inteleon pick a lot as well. You give that backline damage a little bit harder, kind of what a Miraidon would provide. And if you can hit those snipe shots, it's insane. Oh, look at Kratos hovering the Zoroark.
Ooh.
Might try to take this away from Reggie. Doesn't want to let them do the same thing twice. And they actually will grab both the Garchomp and the Zoroark. So they take away 2 of those core picks that Stamina Esports was playing with last match.
Yeah, but that leaves that Absol open for Reggie. We'll see if they are able to kind of 1v1 Kratos on the Zoroark, but we'll see. I do love OG on this Garchomp pick. Garchomp did receive a little bit of a nerf, but I still think it's very strong. We've seen it a few times this weekend, and it's performed particularly well.
I think it could provide the damage that we didn't see in Orange Juicer's composition in the previous match with the Lucario. I think that Garchomp just allows for some more rip. It allows you to force a little bit more of the objectives or fights. You know, the Garchomp can kind of really be that linchpin in a composition, set up the Zoroark really well. But Stamina Esports still has the Hoopa, which we were talking about is huge on your team especially when you're running speedsters and you just put them all over the map and just continue the pressure so you can keep the early game lead.
That's what they did in game 1. We'll see if they're going to do that in game 2. I mean, you have to imagine that they're just going to play with so much pace, try to force some goals to be broken early and really control the map. It just, once they were able to knock down some of those goal zones, I think that's when things started to fall apart a little bit for Orange Juicers.
Yeah.
But I think they have a little bit more damage right now, and I think that Garchomp pick might enable them to kind of off lane a lot more and kind of hold those goal zones for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they can go a little bit harder with breaking the goal zones potentially when you have that Garchomp available. But here we go. Stamina Esports, 1-0 against Orange Juicers, and we've got that Absol popping the X attack in the central area.
See what this Portic does. Heads towards his top lane, not stacking just yet. They're going to allow Roland to get at least 1 stack on in early. They're going to try to put a stop to that, and that X speed popped mighty early for Roland.
Yeah, I mean, OG is there looking for the Gibble cheese here. Not able to quite do it. Focus Band is popped. Look at the pressure being put on there from that Hoopa. Just throwing their basic attacks, some astonishes, getting a lot of damage onto the Gibble, making sure they can't get that level 5 super fast. But Reggie is there with the pursuit. I believe Orange Juicers knows that he's there. So, I mean, it's up to them for the engage.
Let's see what these 850 birds line up. Kratos is grabbing some vision. trying to find out exactly where Stamina Esports is lining up. They do see that they're heading towards this top lane, and we have 4 members. I look at these birds. Absol's going to dash in. Kratos is going to dash out. Hoopa sets a great portal to get Reggie back full health.
And the way that Kratos damaged, like the health just absolutely chunked there. There was nothing, there was no way he was going to be able to go back in and complete the feint attack combo. Really heads up by Stamina Esports. It seems like not only do they play the speedsters really well, but they know how to play against them too.
We'll see exactly how they want to line up this top lane. We'll see Hoopa pressing forward along with that Combuskin, trying to get some stacks in. Gibble still not online, still has not hit their level 5 power spike.
And the Hoopa, though, level 4, looking to move in. They pass the hyperspace hold down. OG, very low, gets hit by a pursuit. And of course, when you're a good speedster, the crit rate is higher, if you didn't know that. Give that Absol super luck a little bit more luck. But that does give all of the birds in the central area over to Orange Juicers.
It is a decent bit of XP there for OJ, as Mamoswine, the Piloswine, is able to pick them up, throw them back down, but doesn't get the KO. Orange Juicer's just going to take a little bit of a nap here with that Snorlax.
Level 7 on the Zoroark, but also a level 7 on the Blaziken and a level 8 on the Absol. They're going to be looking for that level 9 before his first objective spawns. And finally, Inteleon also online. Those snipe shots going to be providing a ton of utility in that backside, letting the Absol jump in and then the snipe shot to finish him off.
See them pressing forward towards this T1 goal is Orange Juicers looking to grab this Blaziken. They throw them in that mean look, but here comes Reggie. That's going to force Orange Juicers to peel back at least a little bit. Here comes the Zoroark looking for the KO. They find Blaziken, but here comes the Nightfall, or the Midnight Slash from the Absol. They get a double KO.
Zoroark picks up 1, and the Absol picks up 2, just to add insult to injury right there. Zoroark looking to potentially move forward on this Absol, letting Stamina Esports know that they're still in the top half, but Hoopa, with the ability to rotate, can bring Absol down there at any time. We've got 3 and 3 in this bottom half.
Oh, here we go. Big Electro Ball, but it's a little bit early as Hoopa able to secure that. I believe that was with their hyperspace hold.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't even know if the Electro Ball was early or late. I thought for sure that was absolutely perfect.
Me too.
But it was the Hoopa hyperspace hole with a little tick of damage that it does, able to secure it away there. Great playing though by the Orange Juicers. The bottom pad looking to push this tier 1 pad.
Yeah, they might be able to take out the Hoopa. They're able to do so. Hoopa does put a portal on. Here goes the Nightfall Days. Absol coming down here. They might be finding another Unite move, and they do. They find a KO onto that Gabite. Mew finds a double KO. They're going to pop their Mystical Mirage. They're going to try to press on forward, but I don't think they're getting their goals in.
Yeah, they really wanted to break that pad. Great play to push that there for Orange Juicers, but the Hoopa was able to just last second on the brink of death throw that hyperspace hole on that portal to make sure that they're able to come down to prevent that from happening. I mean, the value of keeping your goal zones up when you have a Hoopa is huge, so they'll throw anything at making sure those get defended.
Take a peek. See what this Blaziken wants to do. They're going to try to get some points in. This goal's at 10, so this Regieleki would not likely provide a ton of value for stamina unless they're able to break that goal zone, but Orange Juicers is sussing that out. They are there to make sure no sneaky goals go in before Reggie walks in.
May as well just take it off the map on the off chance that Orange Juicers can get it, but we have the Zoroark looking for it, engage on that hyperspace hold, not able to get it. The Hoopa just making sure they can send members back over and over again. The Zoroark is not getting the value that they need. And in fact, they're only level 11 while the Absol is level 12.
Absol looking for something in this top lane along with Blaziken. Bottom lane, it's just a little bit of a stalemate. Blaziken's gonna find an overheat. There we go. Midnight Slash helps secure that KO and a bunch of points. 90 points going in for stamina up in this top pack. Zoroark is gonna respond, but they're only gonna respond maybe with their Unite move. Doesn't get a KO as Reggie's able to get it.
I can't help but notice that Kratos is just missing every big attack combo. Unfortunately, just not able to land them here. Do have the Mamoswine popping the Mammoth Mash, looking to continue this engage, this push there. The portal does get canceled on the Mamoswine, so they are able to finally pick them up, shifting a little bit of momentum back to the Orange Juicers way.
They definitely needed that. We have a little bit of a snipe shot that misses the mark. They're going to hold their A button down with that Azure Spy Vision. Regirock getting chipped down from Orange Juicers is at about half. They're going to be looking for a secure here in the back line. Here comes Inteleon with another great snipe shot. Takes out Snorlax, sends Zugrug packing. Another hyperspace hole, but Garchomp's here to respond. They're going to send the Poopa with the Rings Unbound. We're going to have a secure here. Absol with the Midnight Slash.
Midnight Slash, once again, they are just making sure that they are getting that Unite move off cooldown constantly. Almost level 15 for them in the double KO. They move in on the Mew. Flareon's forced to pop their Unite move there, the Mystical Mirage. They will be able to pick up the Absol. Huge KO for them. If that's all they did, I think that Orange Juicers just has to be happy with that.
Yeah, it's an even break, so not the greatest break, but when you have a Hoopa, you don't really care too much. You're able to even increase your score lead, because right now it's 280 to 23. Orange Juicers just not able to get anything done here.
Hoopa's going to want to send them back up to this portal, which they do. A little bit of a late portal send, though, so it does give Orange Juicers the opportunity to send the Regieleki in, but it doesn't look like they're going to go in for the push. They really should make sure that they break this here, and it looks like they will. Roland going to throw in another 5 points, and Snorlax looking for more as well. But with 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock, Rayquaza will be hitting the map very soon.
It's a big break them for Orange Juicers. Gets a little bit of pressure off their map, but Stamina Esports going to line up in this Rayquaza pit a little bit early, but also monitor their goals, clear the farm that has hit the map.
Ooh, another snipe shot connects there, just making sure that they're getting some vision. Doing the same thing, though, as Flareon's with the Solar Beam, just making sure they can see where Stamina Esports is posting up. They see the Mamoswine in there, and they're going to look like for an engage on this Mammoth.
Oh, here we go. Mammoth Mash just popped, but Hoopa's going to send them back to the base to reset, so it doesn't get a ton of value, mostly just to stay alive. Orange Juicers needs to enter this Ray Pit, but they just have not been able to.
Look at the Absol there in the backside, too. Looks like the Umbreon is now getting very low, and here comes the Mammoth Mash. It's apparently got canceled.
Oh, here we go. Mystical Mirage popped to mostly avoid a lot of that damage from Absol. Inteleon going down, and this might be the opening that Orange Juicers needs. Reggie sent packing towards the Flux Zone. Kratos looking for him. Here come the Rings Unbound. Absol is going to go right through that. That was a little bit of a bait and switch. Rayquaza's now getting chipped, but 3 members go down for stamina. They are lacking stamina now as 4 members go down. It's just this Hoopa. Orange Juicers taking it home in game for 2.
Wow, I thought that they had it there with the Absol running away, and the Zorak wasn't going to be able to get back in time to counter the Hoopa Unbound. I'm going to need to see that fight.
If Stamina can get some points on in, but Mew still has a shield, it's going to be able to score a nice little 100-point dunk in that backline.
Looking for some more points. They've got all 5 now. Tier 2, but there's definitely security blanket here for Orange Juicers. The Garchomp is still down. Zorak does just go ahead and back up here. They're just going to go ahead and let these points rain in. Now 416, 750. I think that Orange Juicers have enough of a security to let this one go. And wow, Orange Juicers will tie this series up at 1.
Tying it up at 1, forcing a game 3, stealing a victory out of the hands of defeat. Stamina Esports just did not have enough health bars at the end, and Orange Juicers, what a fight there at Rayquaza.
Seemed like the strategy was just, okay, separate the Absol from everyone else for as much as long as you can.
Yeah.
And then we might be able to get something done, and that's exactly what they did. I think that, I mean, we were absolutely right when we were talking before about the lack of damage on their previous team composition, and OG kind of brought that here. 5 KOs, 5 assists. They had the rip damage, they had the ability to provide the pressure, and of course the Flareons as well. Even though Kratos, I mean, dare I say, didn't look that great on the Zorak, Flareons and OG able to pick up a lot of the extra damage. 62k for Flareons and 54k for OG.
54k. I mean, they did also take a ton of damage, but I think just the value that they were able to provide was just that like consistent amount of damage. But yeah, look at Flareons, barely got sneezed on, only took 16k, dished out 62. That was a great team comp for OJ. I really liked the change. It didn't really pay out in that early game, but that late game, they looked just so strong.
They're finally able to do something against that Hoopa. It just seemed so detrimental to them throughout the entire match. But let's look into some of these replays. We see the Absol early game just popping off. They were able to get so many levels.
That's kind of the thing that you have to worry about if you're playing against a speedster, is just not feed that speedster early on, especially something like this, that Absol that truly needs levels to kind of keep up in that late game. And yeah, Reggie, just one of the best speedster players in the world. I mean, time and time again, just providing immense amounts of value in the early game.
That was that big Hoopa portal that brought everyone from Stamina downstairs to make sure that they could still mount this defense against Orange Juicers. Forced out Flareon's Unite move as well. And the Hoopa just with the dying breath casting that portal was absolutely huge for defense.
Yeah, we got a lot of secures too. That Blaziken did a great job, but honestly, the most secures I think came from Reggie on that Absol. Time and time again, utilizing the Midnight Slash to get some iframes and secure the objectives. I mean, we'll probably see it a couple of times here, but it just seemed like they were doing it on cooldown.
Yeah, that what we just saw as well was a really big moment for Orange Juicers. You could see the value of that buddy barrier that Roland's wearing, giving it to the Snorlax, just providing some extra tankiness to at least withstand some of these bursts from the Absol. And here we saw OG coming in a little bit early with the portal, and the Absol once again with the Midnight Slash, just ripping through everybody.
Doing it time and time again. Those mean looks were certainly mean, but when they're just kind of one on those two, it's tough to deal with. And once Rayquaza hit the map, you saw Reggie looking for that back line, looking for Mew, looking for Flareons. They are able to throw a Solar Beam and then pop the Mystical Mirage just to get out of there. And then also just chipping them down, forcing the Zoroark to push them away.
Yeah, we saw here the Absol running away and the Ring's Unbound, but look, the Garchomp pops the Livid Outrage. You get to see it in slow motion. So the Ray is getting hit, but the Garchomp popping that Livid Outrage just allowed him to jump on top of the portal, taking down 2 immediately. Even though the Absol was able to get the Midnight Slash out, this Garchomp was just rocking them. I think that it was really that Livid Outrage that ended up doing it for them, as well as Flareon just utilizing the coaching, giving it to everybody and making sure that Orange Juicers took that fight.
Also got to give some props to Zugrug. Those heavy slams were massive. I mean, just knocking them up and forcing Stamina to just sit there and watch as that crowd control just took over that late game fight. But we got a draft looking pretty similar. However, teams have swapped sides, so looking a little bit different here in game number 3.
We see the Juicers this time, Stamina this time opt the sides are switched on the bottom, but the Stamina, they opt to ban out the Hoopa, which is an interesting call from them. I wonder if we would have seen the Juicers ban Hoopa at all, but they want that Umbreon and they will get it.
Umbreon taken by Orange Juicers in both game 1 and 2. We'll see how Stamina is able to utilize it here in game number 3. Flareons, though, picking that Miraidon and Zugrug, going with the comfort pick of that Snorlax. It's worked really well.
Yeah, I don't think the Snorlax will get chosen away or anything like that, but I think this gives Orange Juicers an opportunity to respond with their picks a little bit better to try to see what they could be setting up. Ranma gonna grab the Inteleon again. That was really a great carry choice for them in the previous match, and wow, look at this. Whoa, the Comfey is being hovered, and the Comfey will be locked in. Roland doesn't get the Umbreon, so instead they're gonna go with the Zoroark Comfey combo.
We'll see how Stamina is going to go ahead and respond. I mean, might line up for some counterplay. I like the Phalanx here. We'll see if they actually go with it. But I think just like kind of some consistent damage may also be really beneficial, and that's how they're going to go with it. They're going to lock that Garchomp in. I think
Garchomp got the Zera.
Yeah, ooh. We'll see. I kind of like this for Stamina.
I mean, the Garchomp on both sides, I mean, in this set, Garchomp has 100% win rate.
100%.
So they're going to go ahead and take that away. And instead of the Absol, they go with the Zeraora. Maybe they think it's a little bit better into the team composition of the Comfey Zoroark. It provides some consistent damage with discharge, some area effect. So they're going to look to kind of use that as their main source of dive. But they get the Garchomp back, which forces OG to pick back up the Lucario, which which honestly does worry me a little bit for their damage. I just feel like this Garchomp has been so consistent, and I feel like it's the reason Orange Juicers won that previous match. So we will see how it goes.
I'm surprised that we're going Lucario instead of that Blaziken. I mean, they ended. I believe it was Stamina that banned it in the previous match, or maybe it was the set before, where Blaziken was banned away from OG. So I'm actually surprised to see this Lucario come out. I thought that maybe we may see Blaziken. I'm not sure what the thought is behind that.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really liked the Lucario that much. I mean, OG does play the Lucario really well, but I don't. I think Blaziken just would have been better, just some extra security on your secures. I think it plays better into Garchomp. But, you know, maybe they go for the early game. They're looking for a little bit stronger of an early game with that Lucario. Try to get the Zoroark online. You know, you have a good Comfey target. There's definitely some options, but I think you're right. I would have liked the Blaziken a little more.
We'll see. Game number 3. Stamina is going to be on your left side. Orange Juicer is going to be on the right side, so we just probably need to change that real quick. Production, help! Help me!
Yeah, well, we've got Orange Juicers on the orange side, so that's a little bit more consistent and a little easier for us to deal with. So there's always that.
There's always that. Gibble going to push on forward. OG going to look to secure, able to do so, along with that Comfey collar. No stacks in just yet, but we'll see how this plays out.
Looks like the Lucario Comfey is potentially set up for this contested Bunnelby here, but look at the Gibble just chunking them down so much. They do end up grabbing the secure right there. Lucario, though, almost level 5, but here comes Reggie on the Zeraora. Comfey is there, and they do see them. A little bit of vision. They've got the Volt Switch, so I can only imagine we will see that discharge when the Zeraora hits level 7.
Comfey has found their home onto the Zoroark, onto Kratos. So we'll see how they utilize it in these 850 bird engages. We have Stamina looking to line them up. We have OG looking to dash on in, but also dashing on in is this Zoroark Comfey. They throw the slow smoke. They find the KO. Zeraora going down.
Wow, that is huge early for them. Reggie has not been able to be taken down at all throughout this match and this early game. And now Kratos already level 6. They're going to be looking for those Fade Attack combos. Unfortunately, they got to back up, but they have the Comfey security. So not too bad.
Yeah, Lucario finding their way to the Pokemon Center via that Zeraora. Comfey going to try to go on in, but they're actually going to get mean look. They find their home back onto the Miraidon. Very interesting engage there as Zoroark's going to have to dash on away.
No way! They don't even do it!
No
they
way.
Get mean looked, but it doesn't matter. The Comfey saving them there. On low health, they take down 2. The Umbreon going down as well. I think Kratos has figured out how to use this Pokemon.
Flareon spinning like a ballerina before those charge beams. A little bit of dancing. Because Orange Juicer's looking pretty good early on as they take this one 66-0 early on. And they're not done. They're going to look to bully. They're going to look to push this jungle area of Stamina Esports.
This is exactly what you want to do here. You want to try to provide the pressure if you can. But look, oh, there's the Umbreon. Look, everybody from Stamina heading into the central area. They're like, no, no, no. Please don't ruin our Zeraora's levels. Please don't. Just let him have his farm. And they force Kratos back out.
Ooh, big snipe shot connects on Lucario. OG going to try to close combat. Doesn't get them because it is pushed away from that Dragon Rush Garchomp. Well, I guess it's a Gabite right now. We're going to look to see where these teams try to line up. 7-minute objectives almost hitting the map.
No Hoopa this time, so it's not going to be easy for Stamina Esports to continue their mean rotations. 3 members of Orange Juice in the bottom path, and it's just this Zeraora, and they don't even have their Unite move. So it might look like it's an objective trade here. Flareon goes ahead and takes this in the bottom path, while the Snipe Shot gets it in the top.
Ooh, Zeraora falling down. Snorlax falling down in the top path. Regieleki walks on in, and Stamina Esports finally able to get on the scoreboard as some points fly in, 60 to be exact. They may look to break it, but Zoroark, they look to go ahead and steal this jungle farm. Once again, both buffs likely going to Kratos.
Yeah, great call by Kratos to continue putting this pressure on. They have the advantage right now. Same level as the Zeraora, but we got a little bit of a fight here. The mean look prevents them from doing it. Nightfall Days is available, so Kratos can really pop off here. That's what they want to do.
They look to do it. They peel towards this Eldegoss. It is cleared up by OG. Here comes the Aura Cannon. Here goes the Umbreon looking a mean look, and they do. Big snipe shot there from this Inteleon. However, they pay for it with a KO.
The Juicers have found their groove, but in the bottom path, we see the Zeraora still doing the Zeraora thing, is able to take down 2, and here comes Garchomp. Now they're online, they get 2. It's just up to Kratos to defend against this push here, but the big attack from top of the Nightfall Daze is out, and the Zoroark goes down. The Garchomp once again proving how good this Pokemon is.
Yeah, just consistent damage. Level 11. Look at that turnaround from Stamina. They found it with that Garchomp. They are now the highest level, along with this Zeraora on the side of Stamina. I mean, you saw how much value that the Zoroark was providing, and just in the blink of an eye, they are now behind in levels.
Yeah, maybe you've kept the Zeraora a little bit down from what you normally do, but the Garchomp, as soon as they come online now, they can really start to pop off, and that's what we're seeing with Stamina Esports here. Looking like another setup for an objective trade. We have both objectives hitting the map, Registeel in the bottom, Regieleki in the top.
Registeel getting chipped down. Maybe looking for a quick steal is that Zeraora. However, Regieleki is taken by Stamina. No steal for Stamina because the Zeraora didn't walk in. Orange Juicer is going to be forced to respond to this Regieleki as it walks towards the T2. Zeraora, though, getting some points in the bottom.
Ooh, look at the Garchomp. They're looking for an engage here on Orange Juicers. The rest of the team has left, and here comes the Livid Outrage. It's not going to push the Regieleki in, but it is going to distract Flareons and OG for at least the time being.
Ooh, good defense here from OJ. They take down that Garchomp, send them packing back to the Pokemon Center. That was a bit of XP that Orange Juicer definitely wanted in that moment. Here comes Zoroark looking for the Inteleon, unable to find it. Comfey pops off to maybe try to throw a little bit of extra damage, unable to do so, but a 30-point overcap here for OG.
Look at the way that OJ is playing now that they are able to not have to deal with this Hoopa. We've got a big KO in the top path, and the Zoroark is ripping through them in the bottom path. We've got Inteleon going down there. But the Garchomp still doing a lot of the damage carrying for Stamina. I think it's interesting how they have shifted their play style, and they're having Zeraora playing as a little bit more of an offlaner, whereas Garchomp is more the one that's really getting up in the mix in these fights.
We'll see how these levels play out here in the last minute and a half. But right now, I mean, you have OJ kind of scaling really well. You have that level 12 on that Zoroark and a couple other level 12s too.
Yeah, we've got now almost level 13 here, but the Garchomp has already hit that level 13, and they are absolutely a force to be reckoned with. Right now, Orange Juicers has the score lead. They just got notified the 3-minute mark. Both teams kind of setting up on opposite sides of the map once again. It looks like Orange Juicers wants to just give up this Regieleki, and they're going to focus on the bottom path. Look at the way they're creeping toward that tier 2 gold zone.
I love it, but Zeraora might be responding. I don't know if it's going to be in time. It is not. 45 points goes on in for Orange Juicers as they chip down the Zeraora quite a bit. Great response there from Zugrug to make sure that you keep your Zoroark upright.
The problem with Zeraora as a speedster is it's not doing burst, it's more consistent damage, so not able to take down the Zoroark right there. And Orange Juicers will be up in time to defend this Regieleki from going in, just leaving Zugrug in the bottom path. Looks like Zeraora wants to grab another potential stab. Oh, but they don't want to break it here. They decide not to. They don't want an even overcap.
Yeah, they just decide to go ahead and do it. That's going to start the fight.
Wow.
Zeraora going down. That's a huge catch for Orange Juicers that they respond greatly here. Eldegoss likely going down. They do. OG closes that out. 2 members down for Stamina. There goes the Nightfall Daze. Here comes Umbreon with trying to seal some shields. Here goes the Unite move from the Miraidon, and there goes Inteleon. They're going to have to be sent packing back to the Pokemon Center, and OJ turns on this Rayquaza.
Wow, what a throw there for that Zeraora. I can't even dance around that fact. I don't know why they stayed for so long. They let the Zoroark come down and take them. The Comfey takes out the Garchomp of all things. There's just an opportunity to secure, but it is the heavy slam from Zugrug on the Snorlax taking down the Rayquaza, and Stamina will go ahead and GG it. Wow, they just handed that game over to Orange Juicers.
What a cookie jar moment for Reggie on that basement goal. I think if you're going to go ahead and break
Certified cookie jar moment.
Oh, yeah, just got their hands caught in there. Mama slapped them, and that was about it for that fight. I mean, unable to utilize their Unite move there, and that forced OJ to just full turn on that fight, and they won it.
Yeah, we've got the Zoroark Comfey, something I always hate to see if I see it in my solo queue games. But look at that, 78k damage, and Kratos really turned it around from the way that they performed on this Pokemon in the previous match. Just absolutely ratioing the Zeraora.
Ratio. Yeah, 43k, only 40, or also 41 taken. But yeah, Kratos looking fantastic on it, 78k damage. Flareons did not get sneezed on that entire match. Look how much damage they took.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. You want to see that. But I think the variety, I don't know, man. Like, Orange Juicers, there was just so much that they did right in that match, but that end game where the Zera was just dancing around and just let Kratos walk up and get the KO was just, like, that was the biggest throw of the entire series. Not that Orange Juicers couldn't have taken that fight regardless, but wow, they just gave it to them.
Hope up, says the chat. Orange Juicers on top. They will be going to your grand finals, where they'll be meeting the winner of the losers finals. Currently, we got a little bit of an interesting storyline playing out here, Husky. But we'll talk about that in a few seconds after we get through these replays. But yeah, I mean, time after time again, I mean, this Zoroark pick looked fantastic this game because they didn't have that Hoopa tempo to deal with.
Yeah, I really think that we were right, and maybe just we are better, because we decided that the Hoopa should have been banned, and Orange Juicers, you know, did in fact go for that in the final match. Or no, was it Stamina who banned the Hoopa? They banned it on themselves. So
yeah, I think they just
don't know.
didn't want
That
OJ.
might have been the first. Yeah, they didn't want OJ to have the Hoopa, but that was really that was the key. And without that Hoopa, you know, you couldn't see the Speedster walking around doing everything that it was doing. So that was big for Orange Juicers to be able to run away with that match.
Before we get into the break, we'll go back towards some more of these replays. The Stamina going packing to the loser's side of the bracket. I mean, OJ just controlled this game, Husky. The Zeraora pick, I don't know how you feel about it, but there's like only like 2 or 3 Zeraoras that I trust in this game. Reggie would be one of them, but yeah, Scrambled. I trust him with my life.
Yeah, the Scrambled
Reggie would be one of them, but I don't think they got the value that they wanted out of this.
Yeah, I don't know. I like Zeraora. I think it's really good in the right situation, but Zera is one of those speedsters that, like I said in the game, it doesn't do the burst damage. So without that burst damage, while Zoroark is doing that, I think the Zeraora just gets trampled on. It does really well into teams where there are not a lot of dive on the opposite side.
A lot of dive, yeah. Oh, a lot of dive on Orange Juicers. Kratos looking fantastic on that pick. And this is what we've been seeing from Orange Juicers. Like, they've lost a lot of first matches or first games of a set, and then they adjust. They understand how the enemy team is playing, and then they just take it to them. And
yeah,
game 2, it was very close. They were kind of getting countered, but game 3, I don't think there was any question that they were winning this one.
Yeah, I mean, after that Zeraora goes down, like we just saw in this replay, it was just Orange Juicers' time to shine. You see them turning onto this right immediately, but then they pivot back to make sure they can take care of that Garchomp. Cotton Cloud Crash was there. Reggie did come back. They went for the Plasma Gale, but it was Zugrug in the end. And I don't even know, even if Stamina got that secure, with everyone else on the team down, I don't know if they would have been able to pivot the way that they would have wanted.
Yeah, it had been very tough. It would have been it definitely would have been closer. You wouldn't have seen that surrender immediately. They might have been able to get like one score in, but that would have forced OJ to try to counter score in. Who knows if timers would have worked out or if they would have got there in time to be able to do that. Probably likely, but either way, Zugrug clutched it up, got the secure. They won that Ray fight pretty handily. And honestly, fantastic job here for OJ to kind of come back in both sets here in your top 8.
All right, well, we will be, after a little bit of a malfunction on the start GG, don't worry, Luminosity is not disqualified from the tournament.
I was worried.
Yeah, no, they're fine. We will be seeing the Fusion versus Luminosity match next, so stick around. We'll be taking a quick break, and we will be back at you soon.
His iron stomach lets him eat just about anything and everything, and when he's not eating, he's usually very progressive. He loves to eat and sleep. He may have a reputation for being useful, but his iron
difficult to land against some opponents, so trainers will want to try and predict their opponent's movements or use this ability from the tall grass to catch enemies off guard. The ability can also be used defensively to help protect your teammates by hindering opponents long enough for your allies to run away or finish them off. Be sure to aim heavy slam to try to get as many enemies in your area of effect as possible to maximize the move's effectiveness.
a belly sleeper, Snorlax can reactivate the ability to flip over, dealing another.
Hello everybody, how are we doing today? Spartan Tano here, and I have my trusted caster alongside me, Kellosaurus. How are you doing, Kello?
It is quite early in the morning, but we are kicking here, Tano, and I am excited. We have such a fire matchup coming up next. Fusion and Luminosity finding themselves down in the losers bracket, which is absolutely wild. So this is going to be the losers semi-final. Whoever ends up winning this match does end up going into Stamina Esports, who have just been defeated by Orange Juicers. There have been so many best of three round threes today, Tano, haven't we?
Every single upper bracket has been a game-free situation today. We also had one in the losers bracket. This is fire for this tournament. It may be called the IceBound Invitational, but it has been fire, Kilo, and these teams have been on fire. But look at the names that we have. We've got Orange Juicers, you've got Fusion, Luminosity, Hoenn, Plaga, and Stamina Esports doing quite well as well, although they are in that losers final for now. But what a fantastic tournament this has turned out to be.
I think the brilliant thing about this tournament, at first it was that invitational, only a select few getting invited. I mean, the $1,500 prize pool, but then opening it up to everybody to come in and practice. Obviously, you know, our 2025 season is underway for UCS, so such great practice for these teams. We do have your top 8 here, so we can see that in that previous match, LG were able to defeat Plaga, and Fusion were able to defeat For Fun 2-1 as well. So another round 3, and this will be your next match here. But as I said, it's just that losers bracket run, which for these teams, for those folks that I guess aren't familiar with them, Fusion came first for LATAM South for their AOS play-ins. Luminosity, though, definitely surprised us all as they ended up getting defeated by Orange Juicers. So they were second in the North American region, which is kind of wild. I mean, these are top teams here, Tano.
That they are, and we were all impressed with how Luminosity were playing in general. We felt like they were definitely back on form with the squad that they've got together. Orange Juicers, though, they did do that upset, and they've made their way into this final here today. So if Luminosity can pull it off up against Fusion, they will progress against Stamina Esports. Another hurdle they need to get over if they do want a replay of that, Kilo. But Fusion, they ain't no walk in the park. They have played a lot of Pokemon Unite, a fantastic team to go up against. So it's definitely a mountain Luminosity need to climb here.
I think that's the thing with Fusion, is they've stuck together for quite some time. I know Luminosity, yes, we do have some of the original cast there, having different members last year and then only really rejoining themselves together again. So, you know, whether they've managed to go back to their old ways and find that synergy, I guess a little bit like riding a bike. Right? Once you've learned how to do something, it's somewhat hard to forget, but a little wobbly at first, and that could have been potentially what we ended up witnessing during the AOS Cup. But I mean, even then, it's the joys of Pokemon Unite, right? A team can look so strong throughout the tournament, but little things can happen, aka Rayquaza, and it just ends up surprising us all. So, I mean, really, I don't really know what to expect in this next matchup.
No, definitely not. But here we go. We're going to head into the game 1. What are these bans going to be? We've been seeing a lot of the most common ones being that Umbreon, the Mimikyu, Miraidon, all those common ones. But no, we're going to see a Mew getting banned from Fusion, of course. They are aware of who they are up against, so not a surprise there. Psyduck, also not a surprise.
Well, we have, seen a Mew really come into play. I think it's just the utility kit that it has. I guess you could call it what is it? The knife that has multiple uses? I've forgotten.
Oh, like a Swiss Army.
Yeah, right. having the different movesets and switching out between them as well. But then we've mainly been seeing it in that supporting role with the experience share. But we do have our 4 bans locked in so far for this match. Mew and Comfey, with Psyduck and Mimikyu banned by Luminosity. So not really many surprises here, except I guess that Comfey. You don't really see Comfey as a supporter getting banned very often.
No, it isn't, but it's Luminosity, right? Nobody wants to go up against a Zorak Comfey. We know how ridiculous that combo is, so I think that's probably where that's coming into play. The Leafeon pickup as the first pick is also inspired by Fusion, because usually you would see an Umbreon or even the Miraidon, but no, they want to take that early game, and they're going to sneak that Blissey in. But Luminosity, they've got some really great picks there already, Kilo. Miraidon being one of the best range attackers right now, and Umbreon being that utility tool. We mentioned a Swiss Army knife, well that is definitely Umbreon.
Oh, 100%. I think the brilliance of Pokemon Unite in the current meta is you have so many Pokemon that are able to use both movesets. You still have, Blissey's soft-boiled Egg Bomb still being used by some players, but then you have more that helping hand Safeguard also coming into play. So it really just depends on securing those Pokemon up first. That way, any surprises that come in those final picks, you make those adjustments with your items, you make those adjustments with your movesets and everything like that. But we are going to have our final 2 picks here for Fusion. I was going to say, do we get to see a Decidueye this match? I know it ended up recently receiving that, was it defense and special defense buff? But no, instead they are going to opt for a Zacian and a Venusaur.
And we have been seeing quite a bit of Venusaur in the tournaments this weekend. We saw lots of it in the Asia Cup earlier that Engage were covering, although it was that petal dance. Of course, you do need some range on your team, and Fusion have picked up that Venusaur with that spoon, so I suspect we're going to see the beams coming in, but look what Overlord just selected, Kilo. That Landshark may have had a nerf recently, but it's not stopped Garchomp still being able to cook in some of these tournaments, and of all the players to be taking it, come on.
Garchomp stonks be skyrocketing. I mean, yeah, even despite those nerfs, as you mentioned, it is still just such a great all-rounder to have. We've seen the amount of shred that it can do on those objectives, but also the displacement that it can provide with that Dragon Rush. But here's our final combinations here. So far, looking at this, we do have 2 stacking items over on the side of Luminosity. So Garchomp running the attack weight, and we have Slashcan running that Aeos cookie for a little bit more sustain. The only Pokemon... Oh, wait, no, we do have 2 stacking items over on the side of Fusion as well. So Tempo and Zyna's both running that attack weight.
I suspect Garchomp going up into that top lane, and people seem to forget how much damage a little Gibble can drop, especially if it has that healer support with it. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that one, Kilo, especially if they are running a stacking item, because they're going to want to sneak some stacks in quite early, but it's going to be the matter of who gets their level in that struggle is going to be, especially with a Leafeon being on the field over on the side of Fusion.
100%, but folks, here we go, your losers semi-finals. We have Fusion over on the orange side, on the purple side, Luminosity on the orange side, and no surprises here, sending that Leafeon adjusted into that central area. That way, it can get its level 4 ASP. It'll be really interesting to see if they go for an engage on the top half, or they're going to go for the blue buff. There we go, and they're heading straight up to try and slow down this Gibble.
The power of a Leafeon, the power of an evolution, because we do have Glaceon here, but it isn't quite like the others. It does need that extra power spike before it can really begin to cook, but Umbreon is also here. We've got a trio of evolutions up here. They need that boosted that you get when you all pick the evolutions in solo queue. That's what they're looking for, but unfortunately they have the Miraidon down on the bottom lane, although that's not very important because they have a Miraidon. They're doing all right down here, but Zacian is getting close to that level 5 in the top lane, Kilo, and that is when it's a concern for Luminosity, because the damage that thing can drop is crazy.
That is some interesting movements coming into line, and maybe is going to go get that build up, back up to the top half, secure all of those birds for themselves. Considering we actually had Glaceon needing to keep their distance, but interesting how that Leafeon is pivoting down that middle section, looking to potentially just cut anybody off, and Zarshan also joining this bottom path too.
They don't want to miss out on any of the party. Leafeon has been sent out of the party early, though, because Luminosity were around. They prevented that jungle invade, so Glaceon is going to hit that level 6 power spike. That's what they need as we are about to hit the mid-birds. We're 10 seconds away. This Zarshan is prepared to dive onto that Miraidon. They have the Metal Claw, but no, they go onto the Umbreon, and they need to get out of there because the power of the beam was going to be too much for it. Back to that base. They need that healing, while Leafeon is going to try and clean up all of these mid-bursts. Snorlax trying to zone them out, though. Glaceon did get a little bit, but it's just a little bit of handshaking at the moment, Kilo.
I think both parties managed to get a slice of that cake from those birds, each picking up some Eos energy along with some experience. A great Dragon Rush there coming out from Overlord. However, they do end up getting punished by it, getting taken down by that Ivysaur. But hello, Leafeon, the Icicle Spears, once it's locked on, it is so hard to escape unless you have a defender looking to take an Icicle Spear for you.
That's what they needed. They weren't able to get it, and yet again, Icicle Spears just ripping this farm down. I love the Glaceon pick. The Evolution's going to save a lot of damage onto that Venusaur. Slowbro also looking to protect their Venusaur against those spears coming on in. Zarshan's alone up in this top lane, but they're going to feel all right coming up against that Miraidon. They're going to have a bit of a battle up here whilst they rotate down to the bottom lane on the side of Luminosity. Look at this. We have a Registeel on the field. Kilo, the Snorlax trying to put up a bit of zone in, but they have got their damage mons not in on this. Look at that beam coming in from the Venusaur. They do take down that Gabite. That's a huge amount of damage that Luminosity will not have in this fight. Slowbro surfing on back to that Registeel. It is the beam that locks it in, and that is why you pick up Venusaur.
That is huge coming out from Fusion there. A massive team fight going from either side. And all the meanwhile, we had those former EX Pokemon up in the top side battling it out. And Zarshan was able to secure the second objective for Fusion as well. So that is knocking on the doorstep of Tier 1. They do have that Garchomp and Miraidon making sure to deal with that ASAP.
As we look at these levels, though, we do have that Livid Outrage on the Garchomp. Miraidon also having that Bright Future Storm, so it does feel like, level-wise, it is better on the side of Luminosity, but there goes the Verdant Anger. That's online. It looks like they want to push onto this T1 pad and score even more points, giving themselves an extra little bit of a lead. We're about to hit the mid-game here. Only the 8 points scored for Fusion, so if they do have anybody stacking, they haven't got much in so far.
I guess that's the interesting thing. Fusion were able to take both of those objectives, but in terms of the points they've been able to get in, it is not much in comparison to Luminosity. Looking at the levels though, it seems to pretty much be on parity as we each have a level 10 on either side, well, 2 level 10s on either side now, and Unite moves pretty much across the board except for that Snorlax, but otherwise we have a team fight going on here. Blissful Assessment is going to go onto that Zarshan, who's trying to take down that Umbreon. They end up getting Mean Look using that Wish, and now they're going to get blocked up against the wall. However, they're able to escape that one there, Tano.
That was a risky one. Using that eject button was so important, and the block on the Venusaur is also so important. They tried to use the Verdant Anger to keep themselves around, but it wasn't enough. Kilo, they get KO'd. There's the Emerald 2-step, but Glaceon says, I'm the better evolution. 2 KO for me. The Wish is going to put them back to pretty much full health, and now we have a push onto this T1. Luminosity putting that one down. They want to continue with the damage. Look at the way Trainer is concentrating on that Blissey. You take the healing out, that will change these team fights.
This is a great turnaround for Luminosity here, breaking both of those Tier 1 pads, and now they have their eyes set on this Registeel as well. That Regieleki is still up in that top path. Zarshan is looking to get themselves caught a little bit too late with the eggs. Even then, it is the wrong egg. It's only the egg bomb there. So one objective going over to the side of Luminosity, the Registeel, and it looks like a second objective being that the Regieleki for them as well. So how the tables have turned here so far.
That they have. They're feeling pretty tasty, Luminosity. They've got all the points. They've got some really good levels. 2 level 11s, a level 12 as well. So Fusion do need to catch up a bit. They do have the springboard though, so this might not be the right decision. Verdant Anger comes down. There's the Bright Future Meteor Storm from the Miraidon just to block off that pad. They could push this Lecky in and give themselves an even bigger lead. There we go. The points can rain on down. If they break this T2, they're going to be feeling so strong. I wasn't aware of when they grabbed that Lecky Kilo. If it was before that 4-minute mark, they will have another one, but they're staying around here, and there's the springboard effect. Fusion lands down onto Luminosity, but look at the block on the Snorlax, just trying to allow that Miraidon to escape, and they get out of there. That is crazy movement from Luminosity.
You've got to give it up to these defenders protecting President Miraidon here in that back line, who was able to get back to safety, trying to take down that Leafeon with that charge beam. However, they end up escaping. Zacian caught in a mean look there. Meanwhile, we do have Curious just trying to farm up even more experience for themselves. You've got to give it to Otter here. These wishes, just balancing them between their teammates, but also themselves, and not even getting taken down during that kerfuffle there.
Still a huge lead for Luminosity, realistically, just over 200 points, but we did see a Sovereign Soul coming out of the Zacian there, Kilo, just as we hit the 3-minute mark, so we're going to see them trying to farm that one up. They need that for Rayquaza. It's such an important Unite move, but this Basement Reggie is going to be taken for free by Luminosity. That's free real estate while we're 15 seconds away from this Rayquaza.
Yeah, that is going to give him that defense and special defense buff going into this final stretch. Luminosity, they do have the advantage, 94 to 299. So the ball is in Fusion's park to try and make a move. However, you have both of these defenders playing quite aggressively. Slashcan making sure to just circle around in that bush, looking for the perfect opportunity to dive on in with that heavy slam and potentially get an isolation with that block. But even then, you look on the minimap, Venusaur and Zacian are nowhere in sight, close to this Ray pit.
Yeah, and almost as if we're in the same timeline as Pokemon Horizons, the shiny Rayquaza has spawned on the field. But as you've mentioned, Kilo, Luminosity don't need to do anything here. They can play it cool, sit in this bush. Snorlax just preparing for some vision on Fusion, but they're not concerned. They're a cool guy. They're prepared for that heavy slam engage. Luminosity don't need to do anything. We're seeing Fusion trying to farm up these levels, just get a little extra bit, and there's an engage from the Zacian onto the Garchomp, but they get Dragon Rushed into the power of the Mean Look. Will the Sword Doggo fall? There's a Bliss Assistance, it's kept them up, but Glaceon does clean them down, and there's the Moonlight Prance from the Umbreon. They've taken down the Zacian, the Slowbro, and the Blissey. This is all going to come down to what this Venusaur and Leafeon can do. They have felled the Miraidon. The Venusaur can't withstand the Garchomp stomping, though, so it's all down to Leafeon now. They don't have the Solar Beam. They're going to have to try and zone into this Rayquaza, but they are prepared for it, a Luminosity. This is a pro team. They know they don't need this Rip, Kilo.
No, they don't need the rip. They don't want to risk giving that potential steal over to the Leafeon. Instead, they're going to go into that enemy territory and just go land down the hammers on that Zacian, using another Dragon Rush to take it down 2 for 1 and go to look at dunking some more dunks, which means Fusion, 17 seconds left to go, knowing there is no way to come back, shred the Ray, and there is not enough back caps to make a difference. They're going to wave that wide flag with a surrender.
Wow, Luminosity taking your first game in this losers semi-final bracket 3. So this is really exciting for Luminosity. They played really well coming into that. I feel like the defenders were the MVPs for me, Kilo. They were so good at just making sure they weren't able to get onto Kyrios on that Miraidon and protecting that damage coming in from behind. Really well played by Luminosity.
Yeah, 100%. Just Slashcam Otter providing that vision, but also that protection. I mean, even then, Trainer on the Glaceon, being sure to keep up those Icicle Shard stacks. That way they can just rip shreds into them at the beginning. Having those objectives go over to the side of Fusion, but Luminosity, they weren't too fast. You could say they really kept their cool throughout that match, and ended up, coming coming back in the end, looking so powerful and mighty. But you know what, folks? These ones, they're best of, yes, they are best of threes for the top 8s. So there is still a chance for Fusion to make a comeback. And you know what? Considering the amount of round 3s we've had today, there is that potential there. But we are going to look at some highlights here from this match as well, Tano.
Yeah, this is where they were trying to push in with Fusion, but Luminosity answered. They've taken out 2 already. Glaceon really cleaning that one up, and this was the push at that 3-minute mark. They didn't have that springboard, but they knew they have the rip. There's the power nap. You see the Bright Future Storm coming from behind from Miraidon. They're not even going to be targetable there. As soon as Leafeon shows their face, they back on up, and then you've just got Livid Outrage that is going to help to clean up the rest of it. Score these points, and a massive defensive play coming in from Slashcan and then Umbreon, just to make sure that this Miraidon actually does get out of there. The slow beam paired with the solar beam is a bit illegal there, Kilo. They made sure Garchomp wasn't going anywhere.
I've got to say, that push there was absolute cinema. The engage from Garchomp and Snorlax, Overlord and Kyrios into that backline. And then just the combinations of Unite moves there. Even though they ended up losing 2 members, being able to break that tier 2 was just massive. And yeah, this is here. Otter just being able to sustain that whole fight, sustain that Miraidon and themselves was absolutely brilliant.
This is just pro Pokemon Unite play. We've got mons in this game that have been nerfed so much, but look at how these players are getting so much out of them, Kilo. That just shows that it doesn't matter about the mon, it's all about the player. Garchomp was absolutely cooking in this game. The team built around it was perfect. There's a good Verdant Anger and Beam coming in from the Venusaur, but look at the mean look. Straight onto it. They know if Garchomp gets on this thing, it doesn't matter if it has Giga Drain. We can really rip that down, take that KO. And then Luminosity don't need to do anything else. Just sit in the jungle, clean them all up, and that's game.
Yeah, it was a great first match for this set here. And you know what? The surrender, as we just saw. But you know what? Coming in to this next one, Tano, what do you think? Are we going to see any shakeups here? Are there any real threats that they may need to ban on out instead of those previous bans that we had before? So it was the Mew, the Comfey, Psyduck, and Mimikyu. Do you think any of these are replaceable with anything else?
Well, this is the risk of Pokemon Unite right now, isn't it? Because if you take something else, you're going to let through something like a Mimikyu that Luminosity would love to have access to. But I think for me, trying to take the Umbreon away would be important because the Wish just does so much healing. They were managing to keep their team around. Mean Look is just a fantastic move for locking down really important mons. The thing is with Venusaur is it's actually quite quick when it's in those later stages and it's got Giga Drain, right? But if you Mean Look it, it's just going to get ripped down. So I think the Umbreon may have been the main target for Fusion there, but we're just about to find out here, Kilo.
Umbreon being the secret source for the team there. We'll have to see if it ends up landing themselves a ban or whether it ends up getting picked up first for the side of Fusion, as they have decided to select the first pick spot again, locking in exactly the same ban so far, Mew and Comfey. And looky here, the 2 yellow Pokemon, no Psyduck, no Mimikyu from the side of Luminosity.
What is this first pick going to be? I know that the Blissey is really important for these teams, but Umbreon is so perfect in both movesets. That's why we see it taken first all the time. Same with Miraidon, to be honest. Electro Diff does make it more of a speedster type mon, but it looks like it is going to be that Umbreon that they're going to take here.
Yeah, they've listened to your advice there, Tano. Get their eyes set on that Umbreon, so don't want to let that one slip through the cracks there. But it'll be interesting to see if there we go. I was going to say, see if they take the Leafeon for themselves. And I guess that's the thing. It's an eye for an eye. You take one Pokemon, but then that means you're giving up another one of your own. So, you know, having those 2 strong picks earlier on, Leafeon and Miraidon, absolutely insane. Wait, are we going to see Tempo take away Overlord's Garchomp as well?
That is another way that you can pick ones in this game. I love it. I think it's fantastic. Take away the threat of Garchomp by just taking it yourself. You still want to stick to your bans, but it does mean Overlord, they're not going to be too concerned, Kilo. They're a fantastic player. They've got so many mons out of their bag that they can pull out. So they need to make sure that whilst taking the Garchomp away from Luminosity is a great shout, they need to make sure that they get some benefit out of that in this game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you can take the Pokemon, but the thing is, it's all about the way they play it as well. But it looks like Otter, considering that there is no Umbreon available for them, they're going to lock down the Hooper. Now, Hooper as a supporter, such a great pick. The tools that it has to teleport your team, but even then, maybe potentially using it with a trick. But Zoroark and Pikachu as the last two picks here for Fusion. Now, they don't have the Comfey by their side. I guess Pikachu, it'll be interesting to see whether they end up going with the lockdown Pikachu or more the area of effect Pikachu with the Thunder moveset. But you're talking about all-rounders here, Tano. I spy ourselves a chicken. I thought this was the IceBound event. Why do we have a fire chicken on the loose?
Nah, they're trying to prove that fire does ultimately get rid of this ice, but we're going to have to find out. They were also sitting on that Gengar for a little bit there, Kilo. I got very excited, but of course they're not going to take a Gengar when they have access to Blaziken. Great secure for them, and it just does so much, doesn't it? It's one of those all-rounders that definitely goes under the round a little bit because you don't really want to ban it, but it's just a fantastic mon. Very much like, and I can't believe we don't see more of it, Metagross. Metagross is a great all-rounder at the moment, and it really does cook coming into pretty much any comp.
Metagross is slept on, but I feel like it only really works in certain compositions, especially when the opposite team are quite brawly, melee range. But when you have a Leafeon that has such good mobility to it. I mean, even a Hooper also has that mobility with the Phantom Force, the ability to juke. Miraidon, if it ends up going Electro Drift, or is keeping range, like Metagross just wouldn't work in this composition. But you know what, Tano? Doesn't matter. No Miraidons on this match for our second losers semi-final. Fusion once again over on the orange side, Luminosity over onto the purple. We are going to send that Torchic and Hooper up into the top path, while, I mean, on the mini-map, 3 members are in the central area here.
I love that. Share all that experience around. This is a Pokemon Unite game. You want to spread the love, spread the EXP. And it's going to be so important for Luminosity to hit that level 5 on Miraidon. Leafeon is on their way in already. We're at 925, and they're going to want to put pressure onto this Gibble. It's just a Chansey right now. They haven't hit level 5 on the Gibble either. If they can put the pressure on before that Zoroark arrives, they're really going to have the advantage up here.
Yeah, I guess that's the benefit of Leafeon in comparison to a Zoroark, getting that evolution at level 4, so able to keep that pressure earlier on. But looks like we're going to have Zynos going down into that bottom path, finally, as a Zoroark going to dash on in, ward out that Miraidon, and empty out all of their Eos energy into that pad.
Yeah, they're going to get away as well. Leafeon did rotate down. Fantastic from them, but they've not managed to grab any of these KOs. Really good foul play from that Umbreon to push that big bird back to their side. So it just seems really even in these lanes right now. Although, as I say that, they take down the Blissey up in the top lane, and they're going to even out these points as well. Luminosity getting the advantage, but here comes Zoroark, and they are prepared to dive onto that Combusken as soon as they've got that in. Can they get the boost onto the Hooper? Yes, they can, and they're going to be able to fell the Combusken. No, the portal takes them back. They're here. They're going to get back to their pad. Really great play coming out of that Combusken.
Hooper may have not remained and got taken down, but the fact that their Hooper portal was placed there for that Combusken to make an escape was insane. We do have it evolving into that Blaziken, taking down that Gabite along with that Blissey, and going and getting in some more points. So 68 points on the board for Luminosity. Plus, I think Overlord is fully stacked with their attack weight now.
Yeah, that's going to be scary. Zorak is trying to take down SlashCam, but they're breaking ankles with heavy slams, X speeds. They managed to get away, and now we see 4 people up in this top lane. Of course, we have these Hooper rotations. They're going to push down here, and we have to see Fusion retreat. Umbreon maybe getting caught out. That charge beam doesn't manage to get them, but Blaziken will. Goodbye, Umbreon. Back to the Pokemon Center for you, and now you don't have that massive sustain in this fight.
Oh, no, they don't have the sustain, but we do have 4 members going up against 4. Maridon has decided to retreat up into the top half where that Hooper is waiting. It ended up, I think, getting shared between the two, but 10 seconds left to go until these first objectives do spawn. For the moment, Fusion do have the numbers advantage down here, but the Hooper portal is going to send both of those members down here, and it's going to even up the board.
This is why Hooper is one of the best mons to take in this game. We're going to get a rip onto this Reggie Rock, and it is going to come in from the Blaziken for the secure. We saw the Nightfall Days from the Zorak, but they weren't close enough, Ghatlue, and now we have a push from Luminosity onto this T1 pad. They've got to be wary of that Pikachu. They've gone for the Mage build. There's going to be a lot of damage that they can throw down, but here's the retreat from Luminosity. They want to rotate up and go and grab that Regieleki.
Yeah, there's no point in going and pushing that considering they do have the lead so far and they have that Hooper over on their side. Instead, they're going to focus their efforts up in the top path. Only a 2 overdunk, but this is going to create a lot of space for Luminosity to secure themselves that Regieleki. And if they do, that's marching towards T2. Pikachu ends up getting taken down to the Leafeon, and trainers looking for some eggs for breakfast, looking to take down that Blissey as well. All the meanwhile, Overlord dunking in 40 points without a Regieleki.
Wow, and the ankles were broken over on the side of that Zorak, but they do manage to pick up that Leafeon, put the pressure onto the Snorlax. The block was so important to break that combo chain, but now this Regieleki wants to show up at this T2. There's 50 seconds before the Springboard. Living Outrage. The Lecky does go in, and the Living Outrage does pick up that Miraidon. They're trying to put the pressure onto the Hooper, but they are trying to break these ankles. They've got that X speed, they've got the portal down, and they do dive into it with that really good hyperspace hold.
The Jukes coming out from Honor right now. The Dragon Rush. I thought they were going to get pushed back, but no, they were able to make it through that portal. That is absolutely wild. Otherwise, the action isn't going to stop here, as we do have Tempo trying to get a KO. Emerald 2-step is going to come on out, chunk him down. However, they end up getting knocked down themselves. The block to just give SlashCan some shields as they're trying to make an escape with 1 HP. The Dragon Rush rushing forward towards them. I'm not sure whether they will survive this or not, Tano.
I've never seen a Snorlax so weak, but look at it.
What?
Health now, Ghatlue. He's pretty much back to full health. That's
How?
ridiculous from SlashCan. I don't know how they've managed to do that. It was a Zorak and a Garchomp chasing them down, but here's a Reg Ice Rip as well. It's going to be Pikachu locking it in. Unfortunate for Miraidon, but there's the Thunderstorm as well. The Volt Tackle onto the Blaziken is going to say goodbye to them. They do have a defense that they can put on here, Luminosity. There is the Bright Future Meteor Storm, and it's not going to be able to pick up anyone, that it has given them some zoning. The rings were let loose, and a 40 dunk from Zorak here. SlashCan is still around on this field.
I have no idea how. This is absolutely wild. This Snorlax is absolutely unstoppable here. Actually, it could have been the Unite move, taking a good old power nap there to go and regenerate that HP. Maybe a Hooper portal. I don't know. But you know what, Tano? One thing is for certain. We have another Regieleki up here. Another Livid Outrager is going to be popped on out, trying to bog that Leafeon on their head, while we do have 2 members of Luminosity shredding down this Regieleki. Ooh, I think Garchomp ended up getting stunned by that Regieleki, which means they couldn't actually end up using their moves there.
Very unfortunate, because they were definitely waiting for the right opportunity, but no, that does go to the side of Luminosity. They've broken this T1 down in the basement, though. There's an Emerald 2-step saying, Pikachu, you are a nuisance. Go back to that Pokemon Center. They break the T2 in the top lane as well. This game is so close, Ghatlue. Anytime someone gets an advantage, the other team does as well. This is crazy. Overlord looks like they are going to fall here, but look at the overheat. They managed to get away from the Nightfall Days. They take down the Garchomp, and they're still not KO'd. Zorak falls instead. Luminosity swarming around their teammates to keep them around.
This may be a fire chicken on the loose, Tano, but we've got to say, they are skating around so gracefully on the field like ice. right? Like, what is this? The maneuverability to escape that on such little HP is wild. But 3 seconds left to go until we have another basement Reggie. Another fight is popping on out here, Tano.
It's just non-stop action in this game. They do have that Blaziken there. Nothing is going to out-secure that when it's that prepared. There was a dive in from the Garchomp, but they've decided to retreat. They know the Hooper Portal's there, but they've stunned Slashcan from going in. They have popped up the block. Are they going to survive? Yes, they are. Yet again, Kilo. 1 HP and a dream on that Snorlax.
Absolutely madness here in Thea Sky Ruins today. Less than 15 seconds left to go until Rayquaza. Kia ends up getting a face full of that overheat. They don't end up getting taken down, however, they are able to heal themselves back up with some eggs, getting ready for this Rayquaza. Once again, Fusion are the ones that have the ball in their park. They're the ones that need to make the move, considering they're behind in points here, Tano.
Luminosity are kind of weary that they don't have vision on that Zoroark. They need to be weary of that coming in for a back cat or some sort of back push onto their backline because Miraidon is pretty weak. They do have Charge Beam, not Electro Drift. There's the damage coming in onto the Garchomp, and this is the power of Poke, right, Kilo? They're going to be able to use that to just drop damage onto Fusion for the entirety of this fight, and as you mentioned it, it's Fusion that have the ball in their park. They have to do something. A nice engage onto Tempo there. They push them up against the wall, the Slashcan, but they haven't been able to get any KOs just yet. Umbreon in the backline. They've taken out the Pikachu, concentrating on that Umbreon. There's the Moonlight Prance, but there's the Snorlax to answer as well. The Meteor Storms are gonna rain. Blaziken picks up the Blissey. No Bliss assistance coming in here. The Pikachu is 2 seconds away from spawning. They've still got their Thunderstorm, but Luminosity are going to rip this Rayquaza. They have the damage. Can they get it before Pikachu gets there? Yes, they can, because they have a Blaziken. If Luminosity can continue to score these points, no, Fusion put up that white flag. Luminosity get the 2-0.
Holy macaroni. What a loser semi-final. Fusion with their backs really up against the wall there. Luminosity taking that advantage, winning the team fight, which means they are going to progress on through and versus the next Titan are going to be STMN Esports. So congratulations to them. But you know what, Tano? We have to have a squiz at these stats.
I gotta say, I love the patience from Luminosity when they come into these Rayquaza fights. They know they are in the lead and they have the advantage, and they just wait for that opportunity. 68k damage coming in from Overlord there, 66 from Trainer. Great balance of that early game and late game damage coming in from both of those. 54 from Kyrios. They were dropping bombs in that backline, Kilo. It worked really well for Luminosity.
Bombs, meteor storms, I guess same old, but
same effect.
Yeah, those objectives, 2 Regirocks, 2 Regielekis going to the side of Luminosity. I know we're gonna end up having these replays here, so there's definitely something that I want to bring up during that final stretch. But yeah, you've got to give it to Luminosity, just the calmness, the composure that they were able to just manage throughout that fight, even though it seemed so chaotic.
It did. It really did. And it just all of a sudden breaks out from nowhere. But you do, if you look into the chaos, you just see Luminosity waiting for the perfect opportune moment, really, to dive on in. And it did seem like a really even game, though, as we're watching these replays. You know, it's Fusion are in the lead. Luminosity's in the lead. They were breaking ankles, though, Kilo. I think I said that like 10 times in this broadcast.
Oh gosh, it just, yeah, don't have any more ankles left after that one. Even with the Nightfall days, it just fell a little bit short. Can't go wrong with an overheat secure. I mean, you gotta say, there were so many Unite moves being used throughout this match. Just so many team fights. Just couldn't even keep up with it. But even then, it's just, even though there were all these team fights around the map, Luminosity still had their eyes on the prize. And that were, those were those objectives. They didn't end up sending all of those members into them. Instead, divide and conquer, I guess you could say, with that, having that Regieleki going in, breaking that tier 2 pad during that match pretty earlier on once again. I mean, Tempo did have some great engages with the Garchomp, but I just don't really think they had the follow-up much from their team to get the KO. And that was where we just, I have no idea what happened with the Snorlax, but they were like battling it out for 5 minutes.
Well, the thing is, we're watching it here, right? And the health is still really low down. They don't have a Unite move here, Kilo, right? So, oh, there it goes. And I think they do pop it and get that healing back up. Because I was with you. I was like, what is going on here? That is ridiculous. Luminosity was so good at just kiting out the moves from Fusion and dodging around them and escaping. The fact that Blaziken gets away here is ridiculous.
Okay, using their move there to dodge the Zoroark was insane. Like, what? That's all I can
this
say.
Is Luminosity,
Just
right? it's just crazy to see the level of play, the micro, the macro that these teams have are fantastic. I mean, Fusion, they put up one hell of a fight. That really did come down to the Rayquaza battle. As we look at these scores, that is nothing when we're at the final stretch, right? That's just one back cap and you're back in the lead.
I think the interesting thing for me was seeing Zynas sitting that tall top L bush for the longest time, waiting for them to engage. But I think by the time that their team ended up going in with the engage, multiple of them were down, and Luminosity weren't even low enough for them to go and get the cleanup maneuver. And I guess that's the thing with Zoroark, being the speedster, being the assassin of the team. You don't exactly want to really engage. You want to be that's the clean sweeper to finish the job. But Luminosity, they just still had so much HP, so I guess Zynas' plan to come in ended up falling to pieces. But otherwise, Fusion, it is the end of the run for them in the IceBound tournament, but big shout out to them and thanks for participating. Luminosity will continue up next, so that is going to be up against Stamina Esports. But for now, Tano, I think we need to take ourselves a little breather because that one was a little bit intense. So everybody make sure to hydrate, grab some snacks, and we'll be back with your losers final very shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the IceBound tournament. You know what? Things may be a little bit icy in terms of this overlay, but we've got to say, these matches are absolute fire. Maybe we're melting here, but up next, another fire matchup. Coming up next, Stamina Esports going up against Luminosity. For those folks that aren't familiar with these teams, well, Tano, let's give them a little bit of information.
I mean, for a start, Stamina Esports have been cooking so far. Fantastic team. I'm just going to try and quickly get the info up on what the areas that they're from. Stamina Esports are from LATAM North. Of course, most people know Luminosity. They're reigning from the North America region, and they have been world champs, by the way, Kilo. So definitely a hell of a matchup here. Stamina Esports, though, they've definitely been cooking in this game. They beat For Fun on the way here 2-1. They fell to Orange Juicers, and that progressed Orange Juicers through to the grand final. So if Stamina Esports can win this, we will have a revenge game in the match.
Yeah, a revenge game, or potentially we might end up, I've looked at this and I'm a little bit confused because it was a Fusion that didn't end up progressing on through Luminosity. I was going to say, if Luminosity managed to defeat Stamina Esports, it'll be an NA team going up against an NA team. It'll pretty much be the run back of the AOS Cup play-in finals, if you think about it.
That it will, and what a fight that was. I mean, that was such an intense game. I think I saw Doobsnack say it was his favourite game that he's casted in Pokemon Unite so far, so if we could have a repeat of that game here in the IceBound tournament, I don't think it'll be IceBound anymore, it'll be Firebound.
Yeah, actually, that might be the future series for MQL here, who is running this tournament. So big shout outs to them for getting this all organized, and of course the Unity Clash team for bringing on the production side of things. But you know what, IceBound for the winter. I mean, it's summer for me because Southern Hemisphere, and then maybe the Firebound tournament for summertime.
Yeah, definitely on point with that one. I mean, we mentioned that it is IceBound, but I had a jacket on earlier. I've taken it off because it's got so warm. I may end up taking the Umbreon beanie off because these matches have been absolute fire, and it's only going to get hotter because Stamina Esports versus Luminosity is going to be one heck of a game. Did feel like Luminosity were comfortable in their Rayquaza fights there. Their kind of game plan was to make sure that they had enough points coming into it that they could be patient and wait for the engage from the other team. Will we see that kind of game plan coming up against Stamina Esports, do you reckon?
Or potentially. I feel like that's the thing. It is a points game after all. You cannot always rely on getting that Rayquaza. So it's just a matter of getting as many points. Get the Regielekis. Break that tier 2 pad. I mean, we saw it twice from Luminosity, but I mean, Stamina Esports, being in the backline there, may be aware of what Luminosity's game plans might be, so they might end up having to switch it up. But we are having a few switch up here coming into this ban phase. Mimikyu and Hooper ban for the side of Stamina. And we have a Psyduck and a Miraidon ban. So no Miraidon for Luminosity here this time around.
No, I suspect we're going to see that Sword Doggo come out to play from Luminosity's side. Umbreon getting taken by Stamina Esports. Really interesting to get rid of the Hooper, right? They know the capability and the maneuverability, realistically, that Hooper provides, and Luminosity really capitalized with that one.
I think it's just interesting that they decided to go with the Miraidon ban, considering Curious just played it the past 2 matches. So they must have something else up their sleeves. But one thing that we didn't end up getting to see in that previous set was Mew coming on out, because it ended up getting banned by Fusion. So Stamina going to lock that. What did you call it? The knife? I forgot again.
The Swiss Army knife.
The Swiss Army knife. That's the one.
You're going to be saying that in your dreams eventually, Kilo, or at least trying to remember it in your dreams. But Slashcan also locking in that Snorlax. We saw them just destroying ankles in that previous game and just putting up a massive session as a defender. But hey, Otter has got access to that comfy collar. What is Overlord going to take here?
That is a really great question that I'm asking myself as well. But you know what? Last 2 picks hovering over for Stamina. Looks like they're going to select the Blissey as a final pick is interesting. I feel like Blissey has just been one of those top picks, and the fact that neither of these teams picked it until then. Reggie locking in that Scizor/Scyther. I say it's probably a Scyther this match, but Overlord running it back with the Blaziken, the Fire Chicken. We saw the maneuverability, the dodges using their Fire Punch to get out of the way of tempo on the Garchomp were absolutely insane. But the duo that Curios and Overlord also had in terms of their shred, I mean, Glaceon, you know, may no be Garchomp or Miraidon, but that evolution has shred of its own.
And it's so hard to catch, right? That's the biggest thing about Glaceon, is that one, it has that passive that just means the hindrance doesn't work for that one time, but also it's just so difficult to catch anyway, especially when it's Curios on it. But I did notice Overlord hovering over that Metagross like we mentioned earlier for a little bit there, Kilo, but I think they decided, just as we did, that Reggie's likely going to be taking that Cypher, and it's not going to be the Brawl comp that really does get an advantage for, which is why they've gone for that Blaziken instead.
Yes, I mean, considering looking at their composition, they have that Zacian. I'd say opting for that Scyther with that big burst potential that it has, more that pseudo speedster type role, seems to make a lot more sense. You have Mew in the back line there, providing those solar beams, but also these Electro Balls. So just kind of rounding it more out there. I mean, it's. I was going to say we have Luminosity, who has the rainbow. Oh, no, they don't have the... No, they do have the rainbow comp. One Pokemon for every role.
Let's go. I mean, what more could you want out of a comp? It is an all-rounded comp. It's going to be the Cypher taking the jungle for the side of Stamina Esports, whilst we see those evolutions sharing out that jungle over on the side of Luminosity. But here we go, Kilo. This is game 1 of your loser finals.
Yeah, whoever ends up winning this set here is going to go up into Orange Juices, who are having themselves a little break, but otherwise some action already happening up in that top half. Chansey able to go in and get some dunks. They aren't actually stacking any items this time round, but you know what? You've just got to get that Eos energy. ASAP, Trainer lurking in the bush, waiting for the engage as Zacian ends up exposing themselves, but they're going to take down that Chansey instead.
Yeah, that was so close. They saw themselves out of the bush and was like, oh bugger, I need to get back onto this pad ASAP. And they did manage to do so. Dual Windbeat coming out there just to try and see if anyone is around in that bush, but it does mean it is a Cypher that we see on the field. Curios coming on to here. They've got vision onto it. They do drop that damage, try and get that passive out of the way, but no, they do dive away with the Dual Windbeat. But here's the pressure. Zacian trying to take some, but that Leaf Blade coming out from the Leafeon just does too much damage on that farm.
I think this is a great response from Stamina. As soon as they saw that the Glaceon was missing, we had GM race on up towards the top. However, Zacian ends up getting slow smoke there, able to make it back to pad, grab themselves a berry or two, replenish that HP, and ready to defend this pad from any energy going on in.
Ooh, nice beam and boosted going on to that Glaceon from the Mew. Umbreon does back themselves away, trying to just steal any experience you can from the side of Luminosity, but we do have those spears up and ready to rip. The top lane has been decimated by Leafeon, and they're going to get themselves a slight score lead here on the side of Luminosity while we see those mid-birds spawning. Nobody's there, but we are going to see Trainer go to try and grab them now.
And because they were able to get those KOs, there was so much loose Eos energy on the floor, so allowing Overlord and Trainer to both get in some attack weight stacks earlier on as well, so giving them that advantage. Otherwise, we do have a Blissey that is online. It'll be interesting to... Oh, they've gone for the soft-boiled build this time round instead of the Safeguard, but the pressure is on. Coming from Stamina Esports, Reggie ends up getting denied their 22 points.
Ooh, look at the way this Zacian's just preparing for an ambush. They decide not to go for it with Leafeon showing, and this Comfy is just providing so much healing for Luminosity in this top lane that it's difficult to try and get any KOs. Blaziken pushing onto the pad. They're going to score the 12, but there's the patience from that Sword Doggo. They fell that Leafeon, but they get pushed onto that wall by the Blaziken. They're trying to break the ankles. They dive over the wall there, Kilo, and that is going to mean they don't get KO'd.
That is the brilliance of having the Comfey pocket on you, because it is going to increase that scoring speed. But the dive is on once again. Overlord super duper low. Unfortunately, 2 does not go up against 3, even if they have the Comfey. Zacian able to dodge the Emerald 2-step from a Trainer there. And a Trainer almost taking out that Blissey, but no KOs for them this time round.
That was crazy. Emerald 2-step does so much damage, but if you can kite it, no concerns. And that's a Unite move that they no longer have for a team fight. The Lecky is getting the damage put onto it. Blaziken has the secure. They're going to lock that one in for free. The pressure is coming now over to the side of Stamina Esports. They have that Lecky pushing on in. The Spat Shards are coming in from the Glaceon. And it feels like they're just going to let this Lecky in. It's on 8 points. 16's not much of an overcap. They're going to be quite happy with that on the side of Stamina Esports.
Yeah, not much of an overdunk there. It's going to still give Luminosity that point advantage. It's 71 to 133, considering we just had Reggie dunking in some Eos energy of their own. However, they are going to pay that tough price of getting sent back to the Pokemon Center. Blissey unable to help them there.
Level 10 for the Cypher though, but so does Blaziken. We have more Unite moves on the field now, Kilo. That Mystical Mirage and Moonlight Prancer here from that Umbreon and Mew. That's going to be so important for the next objective. This Reggie is here in the basement. We do see the rotation from Blaziken with that Comfy Collar. We do see that Leafeon actually putting the damage on whilst the zoning comes in from Slash Cannon. It doesn't get better zoning than that, but they have noticed it. Mew is trying to get there, trying to see if they can get a beam to it, and they do, but it's not enough. Blaziken locks it in. That's why they are the god of secure. Slashcad with some huge zoning though. They could push onto this goal, but it is going to be quite risky. They do have the Mons here. Nice effort from Umbreon just trying to push them away, and there's the Zacian. They're going to come on in with that Metal Claw and drop that huge amount of damage. That Overheat isn't going to be able to lock in anyone from that push, but the Cypher getting a bit risky. They now need to back up onto this pad. It doesn't seem like Luminosity want to give up here, Kilo. It is non-stop action. There's the Mystical Mirage coming in with that beam. They haven't been able to take down that Blaziken, and instead the Umbreon stays alive with 1 HP and a dream. Emerald 2-step does fell the Zacian. The Bliss assistance keeping that Cypher around for a second longer, but they have been felled by the Glaceon. It is now Luminosity coming out on top after about a minute of constant battling.
Call this team the Bee Gees, because they are staying alive here in this map, being able to go and break that tier 1 pad. They're now leading at 207 to 71 points. Another Reggie Alecki is up in that top path, but Stamina Esports, they have so many yellow dots over on their side. They're just going to farm up all of the experience, get back those Unite moves, considering we have a level 13 Blaziken on the side of Luminosity right now.
Yeah, that's scary. I do like that Stamina Esports are just going to grab all of this farm. They need to really not worry about the Lecky either. They have to get these levels. The only way that they're going to win this game is if they have a great team fight and try and take that final objective. It looks like they want to prepare for some sort of ambush as we see a rotation from Luminosity here. It looks like they are going to be able to pick up that Leafeon. Oh my god, they got absolutely demolished. But Blaziken's here with the Comfy onto it. We've got the entirety of Stamina Esports surrounding them. They have to put down the fanciful fields, and they do take down Blaziken and the Comfy. The Lecky goes in, Kilo, but this is going to be a nice overcap for Stamina Esports.
The fact that Stamina Esports needed the whole team to take down Otter and Overlord, who were just wrecking house. But because of that, Reggie Alecki ends up crashing into that tier 2. It is left on 53 points. Otter, Slashcan finally ends up getting taken down as well after dunking in some points. But another objectives goes to the side of Luminosity, and this is what we saw in that previous set. It's that divide and conquer mentality. You have people going and distracting other members while the rest of them go and just rotate on these objectives, covering all these bases.
Yet again, we have Luminosity in a position where they don't need to do anything at Rayquaza until they see an approach from Stamina Esports. They're going to utilize the patience that they use so well. We're 18 seconds away from it. We do have Stamina Esports getting set up here, though, so it's not like they're just going to be waiting for that engage too long.
I think one of the yeah, we engage. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say one of the benefits here is because Stammer have both of those tier 1 pads. No, we're gonna go in here for the fight here. Emerald 2-step, pop it on out. Umbreon is super duper low, and the rip is on Tano.
Wow, they're ripping it with the Zacian in the backfield, or they're trying to bait it in at least. Look at the spears, Kilo. They've half-healthed that Zacian. They now need to go back and get some healing. They've beamed that Cypher back to the Pokemon Center, although probably to the moon, to be honest, with how much that put damage onto it. The block from Slashcan working a treat. They're going to zone out this Zacian. They're aware that that Sovereign Sword is definitely the rip and secure tool they need to be worried about. There's the Place Assistance. The overheat comes out from that Blaziken. This is just going to be handshake damage at the moment whilst we're waiting for Stamina Esports to try and do something with this Rayquaza. Luminosity, no, they just need to keep in this fight.
They just need to play for time here. We do have Reggie spawning on up once again, but it looks like Overlord and Otter are trying to take down that Blissey in the backline, who's just trying to keep up the sustain. GM is taking a lot of hits here as the eggs are trying to heal him. However, the eggs just aren't enough. The Icicle Spears are going to shoot across the match and take out that Zacian from such far range. And now they're just falling down like bowling pins in a bowling alley. And we are going to get ourselves a strike.
What more could you want from Luminosity? They waited for the right opportune moment to push into the jungle area of Stamina Esports. They couldn't even get close to the Rayquaza pit, and now they are going to take this first game. We've got 26 seconds. There's not enough change on this field for Stamina Esports to win this now. The power nap is just going to secure this for Luminosity. Game 1 going over to LG.
Yeah, another powerful match. Once again, not even needing to take that Rayquaza. It's just they had that points lead from earlier on, knowing that they just had to keep Stamina at bay. Once they realized they won that first team fight, just going into their territory and not letting them push on through. Just this is just such a power play. Absolutely insane from Luminosity, as we do see that final score 120 to 532 in favor of Luminosity.
This is why so many teams ban that Comfey as soon as they come up against Luminosity, right? They just provide so much to... I mean, it wasn't even just that they had to sit on Overlord, right? We see them hopping onto Leafeon. We see them hopping onto anyone else that needs any healing. 148k damage for Overlord. That is just another normal day for that player. Fantastic. 62k healing from Otter on a Comfey is just crazy stats.
That is the ultimate duo right there. They were just able to sustain so many of those fights throughout that. I mean, it ended up taking all 5 members of Stamina to take both of them down. But even then, looking at this graph, all of the objectives going over to the side of Luminosity, just having those rotations down pat, making sure to have eyes on every bit of the field there and just shred them down whenever they're spawning up, including those wild Pokemon as well. It was just insane. But you know what? We're going to have a look at some highlights here, Tanner. I know during the final stretch, I had a thought, but then there was just so much happening. I ended up getting distracted. So I'm sure we'll end up getting to see that moment again.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easily done with the amount of action that was going on in this game. I felt like when I was doing some of the play-by-play, it was going on forever. I was running out of words in my vocabulary due to it. But yeah, it was just pressure from Luminosity from the get-go. We're at the 6-minute mark here. They still have that score lead. They managed to lock in all the objectives. We've called it before, Kilo. Luminosity play these objectives so well just to give themselves every advantage that they can coming into that Rayquaza battle.
I think that was a great play from Stamina, though. Recognizing that their goal was left on 8 points, but just
Yeah.
sticking around for long enough. That way, Luminosity didn't have the chance to break it right in front of them. Gotta give it to Ranma there with the solar beam, trying to attempt to steal, but unfortunately, just overheat just seems to be that magical secure tool.
Yeah, this is why we have discussions about like Blaziken. It's not quite at the level that people want to ban it, but the secure is just so good. It's so difficult to out secure it, and it's just one of those that I think teams are going to have a close think about, because you either take it or look at the Bliss assistance here. It was so good trying to keep that cipher up, but of course Glaceon, they had their number, they had the icicle spears, and when you're that weak, you ain't going to be surviving that sure hit move.
No, this fight ended up going on for so long downstairs, but Luminosity ended up coming out on top, getting in that dunk, finally breaking the goal. I mean, they ended up getting taken down, some of those members to the Zarshan, the Sovereign Sword, but yeah, once again, just another objective being taken on out. But guess the thing is, back to the drawing board for Stamina Esports is a best of three, so it's not over for them just yet. Uh, the question is, how do they handle a titan such as Luminosity? Oh my gosh, the slow mo here, Tano.
That's perfect.
That was spectacular.
Oh, production, we love you so much. That was so good from Luminosity. And here we go. They just zoned them out because they know they don't need to worry about taking the objective. They wait for the right moment to take on the ones that matter. Zarshan is having to back up with that Sovereign Sword. They've not been able to do anything with it. And how big the Unite move is that?
Yeah, especially when I don't know if they actually end up utilizing their EOS energy to power it up there, considering they still had the 40 points on hand. But yeah, you can see Luminosity just getting them in their chokehold, making sure that Stamina can't push on through. Once again, diving on in. Oh my gosh, the huge stuns from the egg bomb, but then also the heavy slam as well. It's pretty much like a trampoline park up in here at the Sky Ruins, and this was such a spectacular moment from Kyrios. The lock on from the icicle shards onto the Zarshan, nobody there to block him because Mew was in their mystical mirage, which means they didn't end up taking any of the hits. And it's just, what are you supposed to do in that moment?
It's kind of had the opposite effect that they wanted to have, right? You kind of want to take the hits to keep them all alive, and I understand you use that mystical mirage to try and prevent any damage coming to your team's way, but it's icicle shards, it's locked on, it's dropping that damage. It's just a shame that they weren't able to block that one, but Luminosity taking that first game, but a good effort from Stamina Esports. We're going to go into this game too, and they've learned a lot from that game.
Well, yes, I guess that's a thing. They're all lessons, right? You make a mistake, you pick yourself up again. But we are headed on in to the second match. Same bands as the previous time, the Hooper and the Mimikyu, along with Psyduck and Miraidon. Umbreon being selected up first here. It'll be interesting to see whether Luminosity are going to run it back with the same composition or whether they're going to come up with something different.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But let's have a look. Slashcan, again, locking in that Snorlax. I've literally just said the phrase. It's worked so well for Luminosity so far. Let's run it on back.
Yeah, it makes sense. They have been playing a spectacular Snorlax this time around. I mean, Trainer on the Leafeon as well. Some great engages on there, but Stamina, are they actually going to lock in the Zoroark Comfey this earlier on? This is such a risky maneuver. Because there is the potential for Luminosity to counter the Zoroark and really give it a hard time if they go in with a lot of crowd control here.
I mean, that's exactly what we're seeing them. Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing them do, though, because they're shaking up their comp here just to try and answer what's coming. I mean, Curios on a Zero Aura? Okay.
Okay. Speedster for a speedster. Interesting. The Z speedster going up against the others. I'm gonna get so confused in this match, Tanner. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, here we go. I'm the same. I'm like, Zorak and Zera Aura. Oh, jeez, here we go.
Oh, we have been talking about this, Tano. Metagross being that sleeper pick in terms of the all-rounder. And double speedster complet? Meowscarada. I feel like we haven't seen a Meowscarada in a hot minute in competition. I am so excited to see this, Tano. I mean, sorry, Metagross, you've just been put aside, but all eyes are on Meowscarada.
I mean, where's Husky? Get them back, because Masquerada is coming into play. Overlord picking up the Garchomp as well, as if they're trying to answer to that Metagross. And I would not be surprised here, Kilo, if Rama goes for that Zen Headbutt, the one that they're trying to lock in onto the Speedsters with that Gyro Ball. It works quite well for a Metagross, and it seems like it's going to be a Speedster battle coming into this one.
We have 4 speedsters on the map. That is absolutely wild to see here. And I guess breaking down these team compositions, right? We're talking about the downfalls of Metagross because of its low mobility. I guess you could say the fact that it needs to get to level 9 in order to reach that final evolution. It can really stumble and tend to fall behind. But I guess at least they have the Garchomp on the other side to balance that out. I'm not too sure what either of these teams are cooking, to be honest. But the thing is, there is a lot on the line for Stamina Esports. There's no other safety net below them. If Luminosity manage to win this match, they're heading themselves straight to the grand finals. So I think it's a really risky composition going on into this one, but maybe they're just looking to catch Luminosity off guard here. I mean, they've caught me off guard, I'll tell you that.
I agree. Maybe they are looking for that sort of complexity where they're like, wait a minute, why have they gone for that? Maybe they're going for comfort picks. We're about to find out, because here comes game 2 of these loser finals. Of course, we do see that Zorak taking the jungle for Stamina Esports, and we're going to see that Zero Aura and that evolution sharing it out in Luminosity's jungle.
Yeah, we've actually seen this in the previous match where, yeah, you have the Leafeon being able to just take that red buff, and then the bottom 2 laners going and taking the blue one. But Beldum attempting to try and get a dunk there, already chipped away at half HP, ends up getting knocked on down super duper early and only leaving GM, the Eevee, left standing to no defense. Like, how are you supposed to handle 2 speedsters and a Snorlax?
Yeah, there's just no answer for that. They were trying to Usain Bolt back to that goal, but Snorlax was just cutting them off. Unfortunate, and that is going to be a basement that is just going to go to the side of Luminosity right now. They got 33 points in. They're going to have to do something in the top side of Stamina Esports, but we already have a Gabai on the field here, Kilo. We're not even hit the 850 birds yet.
No, that is huge, and they didn't even go and take that central area of themselves. So to reach level 5 is absolutely wild. A great Dragon Rush to push that towards the Mew, take that away from the Floragato and Zoroark. As Zoroark and Comfey are going to dive on in, trying to slash them down. However, they end up getting pushed back by that Dragon Rush once again. The duo is out, the trio is out, and now Luminosity are able to just rein in the points. It is 100 points already, a minute and a half into this match.
I mean, Luminosity are beginning to win this early game. They might end up snowballing this game if this continues. We still have an Eevee on the field. As I say that, we finally have an Umbreon, but we don't yet have that Masquerada. They're just at level 4 right now. They need that extra for the power spikes of their moves.
Whoa, things are looking a little bit dicey here for Stamina. All of these birds are going to go for free over to the side of Luminosity. 3 level 7s over on their side. And as you mentioned, Floragato only at level 4, ticking over to level 5. And I guess that's the downside of these 3-tier evolutions. Once again, 2 members get knocked on down for the side of Stamina. Only a Comfey and a Meowscarada, or Floragato, left standing, able to pick up a KO of themselves. But I don't know if it's much value to them, as they end up getting taken down anyway.
I mean, it's just free food for a Gabite to become that mighty Garchomp, right? We've got the 720 spawning now, and that's just free real estate for Gabite. We do have a lot of mods here for Stamina Esports in the bottom side. There's the Emerald 2-step. Umbreon does fall, and they're going to continue to push on to that Metagross. On the Metang has been taken as well. Zorak managing to get out of that one, but it's kind of more of the same here, Kilo. Luminosity just getting every advantage in this game so far.
Yeah, every advantage. They're being able to soak up majority of the experience. A level 10 Garchomp is on the field already, locking in a Regirock, and it looks like a Regieleki is up next, considering Stamina Esports are just a little too late to try and contest that. 40 points ends up going down into that bottom path. It's 218 to 42 as the pressure is on here, Tano.
It was great from Zorak to take the jungle from the side of Luminosity. Here they come on in. They need to get those boosters down. They do take that Zoroark. The Mystical Mirage comes out. The Livid Outrage is here to play. And they've grouped up, have Stamina Esports. That's not what you want to do when Garchomp is cooking. They have felled the Umbreon. But here we go. We're not even at a springboard being on the field yet, Kilo. But we have 24 points, 18 points left on the T2 for Stamina Esports.
Mamma mia. This is looking so dire for Stamina. They're just so far behind in points, and you know what? They're going to try and take down Slashcan on the Snorlax, but nonetheless, they're able to sustain that using the block for the shield along with that power nap, get the stun on a GM. Mew has come in for some backup as well. Metagross ends up using their Unite move. However, because they didn't end up scanning 3 members, they didn't end up creating that wall around them, and Luminosity once again come out ahead in that team fight.
Yeah, like Compute and Crush, that was Compute and Error for Metagross. Unfortunately, they tried to get the Zen Headbutt onto that 1 HP Mew, but the Leafeon blocked it, and unfortunately, they ended up falling in return. There's the Plasma Gale from the Zeraora. They really want to try and take down that Zoroark and be like, hey, I'm the better Z Speedster, but now they may be caught in the jungle. There's the Nightfall Days, 2 huge KOs going to the side of Stamina Esports. That's really important experience for them, and it looks like Otto is also going to fall due to that mean look. That may have been a bit of a misstep for Luminosity.
Yeah, giving over that experience over to the side of Stamina there. I mean, not too much loss, but now we have 3 level 11s over on the side of Stamina. Another Regirock has spawned out on the map. Metagross doesn't have the Unite move. However, they're going to shield themselves up with that Gyro Ball. Emerald 2... No, sorry. The Umbreon Unite is going to come on out to sustain them, escaping with a 1 HP. But once again, Luminosity coming out on top in terms of this team fight and taking themselves another basement Reggie.
Yeah, Luminosity are just taking every advantage that they can in this game, and it's been them all the way. They had 1 mistake. Zorak, though, they're really doing well to grab the farm from the side of Luminosity, and really, that's the only place that they can get it, because yet again, majority of Luminosity is in the side of Stamina Esports, so that they may be caught out because that Metagross and Umbreon have had the numbers of anyone that goes into there. Mystical Mirage comes out from the Mew, but it looks like they're pushing onto this Garchomp Overlord, though. They do have the sustain. Can they take down the Umbreon? No, Nightfall Days. They just come in, they park up, they drop that Unite move. Goodbye, Luminosity.
This is really interesting here because of all of these KOs that Stamina have been able to pick up. They now have 3 level 12s over on their side. So, yeah, they might be behind in points, but to catch up on levels is huge. Also, what did Biascarada just end up dragging the Regieleki in to the goal?
Yeah, that might have been a slight misstep by them as well, but it does mean that goal's gone. There's a Floral Frolish. They're going to take down the Leafeon, and you said it, you know, they're back in this. They've got the levels, the points. That's really nothing when it comes down to the final stretch.
I guess, yeah, the Rayquaza, if they can somehow keep up the momentum here, the stamina, you could say, to just farm up all of this experience that's over on their side, keep up these levels, and then try and get the perfect engage, potentially build a barrier, could work out. But the thing is just fight after fight. Metagross does not come out on top. Garchomp able to take it on down. I mean, it's 45 seconds left to go until the final stretch. 15 seconds until another basement Reggie. Zoroark ends up falling down to the Mew boosted, and GM look to be next. However, there is that Comfey pocket to go and survive that.
I gotta say, that was amazing by Overlord. They baited out the dive from Zoroark and they just tangoed themselves to the left and just managed to lock that one down. Fantastic play. And it just shows how important the microplay is coming from these players. We're 18 seconds away from that Rayquaza spawning. Yet again, Luminosity in a position where they can be patient coming into this battle.
Yeah, you can tell. They're going with that aggressive positioning in the tall grass as well. They want to try and zone out Stamina as much as they can. The mean look onto the Garchomp as it's just trying to chip on away. Looking in for a potential early engage here as Zoroark is trying to dive on the Mew. Ends up getting caught in a mean look, but hey, ends up getting distracted by the other members. And here we go, Tano, once again.
Oh, Umbreon Metagross down. That's huge damage you no longer have in this fight. The Masquerada has also been felled, but Zoroark has managed to pick up that Mew. That means they don't have that Unite move. Plasma Gale, there's the fancy fulfills. The livid outrage is trying to take down this Zoroark, but they dash away. They're breaking ankles themselves, but they do fall to Leafeon. And now Luminosity have the power to just get themselves set up for another team fight. They know they're in the lead. They do this so many times, Kilo. They have the rest of their team back. We're just going to run it back for team fight 2.
You can tell that they're looking for Teamfight 2 as they are just trying to farm up whatever experience while Pokemon is over on their side. Umbreon does have their Unite move for Stamina. However, Mew also has their Unite move for Luminosity. Overlord trying to bait out Stamina here earlier on as Umbreon ends up getting caught on out. The mean look onto Overlord again, just keeping them at bay. Comfey has latched on. Reggie is unprotected here. However, they're able to dash on out looking to take down Overlord. And the Titan has finally fallen, but 4 members of Luminosity are still left standing. Only the Meowscarada here with half HP looking to take down Slashcan, who is on such little HP. But hello, 4 KO streak there for Trainer as well. They don't need to take this Rayquaza. They're looking to just dunk in a hundo burger into that goal for free.
Who needs farm when you can just farm Stamina Esports? A quadra for Trainer. Then they lock in the Hundo Burger. There's the white flag from Stamina Esports. They've accepted defeat. They got themselves all the way to the losers final in this IceBound tournament. But it's Luminosity that come out on top, Kilo. They're going to head on through to the grand final.
Absolutely wild match once again. Trainer picking themselves up 17 KOs, but then even then you look at Slashcan, Overlord and Otter all with the double-digit assists. Such a crazy match, and I think that's the thing with Stamina Esports in terms of their composition. It did take a while for them to come online. Ranma was able to pick up 66k damage on the Metagross, but it was like they were able to pick up KOs here and there, but it just came down to that final stretch. Luminosity, once again, staying cool, calm, and collected, and just being able to dominate that Ray Pit.
Yeah, I mean, from the get-go, Luminosity put the pressure on and they did not let go. To the point where they actually were just doing a few risky plays, hanging around that jungle, giving a bit of catch-up XP to Stamina Esports and getting them back into it. And that's the difficulty when you are feeling so strong in a game, though, Kilo, is that confidence can sometimes take over and you end up going too far, staying too long, giving away important XP. But Luminosity had Stamina Esports number throughout the most of that game. I mean, we're here at the 920 mark and they are just taking KOs left, right and center.
Oh, well, yeah, things could have easily gone pear-shaped for Luminosity considering Stamina Esports were able to catch up in those levels. I mean, even in terms of the points, was what, 150, give or take, I can't remember exactly, come that final stretch as well. So I guess, yeah, Luminosity, they just had that confidence that they were going to win that team fight and be able to keep Stamina at bay, despite the many KOs that came their way.
Such fantastic play from both of these teams, and a huge shout out to Stamina Esports, to be honest. They made it all the way through to the losers final. They only lost against Luminosity here, and it's just a fantastic effort that they put in. Where in these replays, we're seeing them really put on the pressure themselves. They're coming up against a Luminosity team that feels really confident. They've got their levels early. They've got Unite moves early. We're at the 7-minute mark. We have a Garchomp online with that Livid Outrage move. So it's so tough to come up against that. But as you mentioned, they got back into this game and actually put up a hell of a fight to them.
Oh, definitely. They kept up the stamina throughout all of this. I mean, the Reggie Alecki going on through. They, were able to pick up some KOs, taking down that Zero Aura, popping their Unite moves. I mean, in the end, Tier 2 ended up getting broken later on as it was left on the 2 points. But you gotta give it to these slow-mo. Oh my gosh! How far did the Cafe and the Miascarada just jump up into the sky? What?
They learned the move Fly. They didn't want to, but they did. And then they got demolished from this push. They do take down Overlord there at the right time, but look at this trainer. Nah, they've spotted a Masquerada on so little health, they're locking that in.
Oh, I love just watching those moments. Absolutely wild to see it here. But yeah, once again, just Slashcan, love seeing them on the Snorlax. Utilizing the blocks at the right time to provide the shielding. That way they could get themselves out of some sticky situations. But it's also just those heavy slam engages. I feel like GM really gave him a hard time with the mean look though.
Yeah, no, they really did. And this is where we felt like Luminosity kind of stayed just a little bit too much. You've seen that Zorak dive over that wall. You're trying to grab the rest of this farm, but it's just going to give an advantage to Stamina Esports. This is where they probably should have recognized, okay, we need to try and get out of it. It's so tough when you have them in your face like that. Mew's trying to come provide this assistance, but they're falling. What a Nightfall days from that Zorak. And this is a time where Otto needs to think, yeah, time to get out of here. But look at what they're facing here. It's so difficult. Really good serve from them, but the mean look, that's going to be the downfall, unfortunately.
I think that's the risk that they ran going into the enemy territory. It definitely can see the play because it's a matter of you want to try and starve your opponents from their experience. That way they cannot catch up, take away their buffs. But the thing is, even if you take away their buffs but end up getting KO'd in the process, you don't end up coming out on top of that and giving back that experience over to the side of Stamina.
That's Pokemon Unite. It is a balance of those risks, and it wasn't Luminosity's day at that moment, but the rest of the game really was. They were breaking ankles, they were cooking, they take down the Metagross here. They actually managed to put a lot of damage on Umbreon. If it wasn't for this Nightfall days, and that is why Zorak has such an important Unite move, they would have been able to clean that one up.
But I think even then on the minimap, you could see the other two up in the top path securing the Regieleki. So while we were so focused on the team fight, once again, it's that divide and conquer strategy coming on in. Yeah, these members may have got taken down in the enemy territory, but that Regieleki still gets secured over to their side nonetheless. And that's the plan, right? It's just the decoy. The decoy plan, just keep her preoccupied and do what you need to do, and then it ends up just working out in terms of the later game.
Yeah, Luminosity use these objectives so well. They know that their game plan is to take all of them realistically, and what a fight this was. We do see that compute and crush going on up, but they don't have chance to even utilize it because they are deleted the second that Beyblade Stadium goes up. And then with that power nap, it's just going to be a cleanup for Luminosity here. That they have managed to take the Mew, and a good effort from that Zorak. They do utilize that Unite move to take down the Zero Aura, but the Livid Outrage stuns them at the right moment here with that heavy slam as well. And unfortunately, running into a Leafeon, that's not what you want to see.
No, you could tell they were trying to find a way to escape, but all areas were just cut off from them, and there's just nowhere to run. These mean looks, though, onto Overlord, that was so mean. The Dragon Rush ends up getting cut on off, but it isn't going to matter. I mean, we end up seeing the Beyblade Arena coming on up once again for that second team fight, but nonetheless, it just still wasn't enough as they end up getting caught on out, leaving Meowscarada all by themselves. They ended up getting forced to use their eject button and try to take down the Snorlax, but because of the block, once again, having the right timing of the shielding to just go and sustain these fights. So once again, congratulations to Luminosity for taking down Stamina Esports, which means they have made that losers bracket run all the way into the grand finals, and this is where the excitement happens. Tano, we have two NA teams in your grand finals, folks. Orange Juices going up against Luminosity. I have no words. I'm speechless.
Do we remember the AOS Cup play-ins? Because it wasn't that long ago. And
Like last week, wasn't it? The run
what
back.
a matchup. This is going to be Hilo. This is, I think everybody when they saw this tournament was like, imagine if we get that game. That will be such an amazing grand final, and that is exactly what we're going to witness. But Orange Juicers, they've had the opportunity to take a little bit of time out now. I can guarantee you they were watching those games very closely, coming up with a game plan. So they're going to have definitely a good advantage coming into this, as well as a little bit more of an advantage being on that winner's side of this grand final.
Yeah, 100%. But folks, we will take ourselves a quick break. This will not be a grand finals that you will want to miss for the IceBound tournament. There is a $1,500 prize pool on the line. So make sure to take your breathers, hydrate, grab your snacks, because this is definitely going to be a nail biter of the set. Tanner and myself will be back very shortly. on the Snorlax, but nonetheless, they're able to sustain that using the block for the shield along with that power nap, get the stun on a GM. Muir has come in for some backup as well. Metagross ends up using their Ignite Move, however, because they didn't end up scanning the 3 amendments. I said burr.
Burr.
It's cold in here. There must be some grand finals in the atmosphere. Welcome back, everyone, to the IceBound tournament. For those folks that are just joining us, especially if you have just come from Purple Stream, I'm Kellosaurus, and we have Spartan Tanner here. A really fiery matchup here, looking to melt some ice, potentially, as we have 2 NA teams in our grand finals, Tanner.
Ooh, this is intense. Not only is it 2 NA teams, but it's Orange Juicers and LG running it on back from the AOS Cup play-ins. But let's have a quick look at this bracket and see how our 2 NA teams ended up here. Orange Juicers beating Apagnan, who were actually the team that sent Luminosity into the losers bracket for today from the previous games yesterday, Kilo. And then they progressed to beat Plaga, do Orange Juicers and Stamina Esports in a 2-1. But look at how many game 3 situations we've had. Although Luminosity, not so much. They've 2-0'd everyone they've come up against. Will it be the same storyline against Orange Juicers?
Well, I guess that's the thing with Orange Juicers. It is a best of 5 for the grand finals. However, because Orange Juicers are coming over from the winner's side, they do have that 1 match advantage. So they only need to win 2 matches, whereas LG, they need to win 3 matches here. But at the moment, I mean, you've just pointed it out, they've 2-0'd Fusion and Stamina Esports. So seem to be on a roll on this momentum. But the thing is, can they keep this ball rolling? I mean, Orange Juicers, they've been sitting in the back line there. Have they been able to pick up on the plays that Luminosity have been coming out with today?
Yeah, and I think they're defo going to be aware of the certain ones that Luminosities have been really comfortable with picking up. I mean, we've seen that Comfey played quite a bit from their side, but here we go, Kilo. This is going to be game 1. Of course, Orange Juicers taking that advantage with the first game in your grand finals. This is a best of 5. Luminosity are going for the ban on Miraidon first.
honestly doesn't surprise me considering how strong this Pokemon is. The utility kit that it has, whether you go with the Electro Drift or whether you go with the range, with the Charge Beam, you just want to get it out of the map. We have seen some spectacular Umbreon plays here today, especially with the mean look. It is extra mean, so it's going to get locked in jail for that one. And on the other side, we have Psyduck and Mew being on banned by the side of Orange Juices.
I love the fact that they banned the Mew. They know the team they're up against. Fantastic decision from them. But that does mean Trainer does get access to the Leafeon, the early game evolution that they feel so confident on. And it does provide Slugrug with that Snorlax that we've seen Slashcan pretty much exclusively play so far.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to